Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, Council. Do we have a first witness?
Yes, it's Professor Robert Heinz, and his report can be found on page 163. Good morning, Professor. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Apologies, but I couldn't unmute myself. I think you have to do that from your side. So I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for inviting me. Sorry for the hiccup.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'm going to have the chair swear you in.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Council will now ask you some questions, and that will be followed up with questions from the panel. Thank you.
Okay.
Professor, if we could begin by having you introduce yourself and telling us a little bit about your professional background.
Yes, of course. So my name is Robert Heinz. I'm an associate professor of public international law at the Grosse Center for International Legal Studies at Leiden University. I'm also the director of the Karlsruhe-Rieskes Forum on International Humanitarian Law, including its Leiden International Humanitarian Law Clinic. I have practiced international law for the last 22 years in various functions. I have experience as a legal officer at the International Criminal Court, but also as a legal advisor for international humanitarian law for the Red Cross. But during the last 12 years, I was especially located at Leiden University, focusing on both international criminal law and international humanitarian law. I've published quite a number of monographies, articles, and other documents in this area. And in the function as the director of the Leiden IHL Clinic, I have prepared together with a whole team of colleagues this report, which you I think have in your files.
Thank you. So the first set of questions I have is around the evidence that you use to evaluate and come to the conclusion that there was crimes against humanity that took place as a result of the Aban protests. So the first is, we've heard from Justice for Iran, Amnesty International, people who work in both organizations. On page 178 of your report, you begin with the methodology and the evidence that you looked at. And I was curious whether outside of Justice for Iran's information and the videos and Amnesty International's information, was there any other evidence that you used to evaluate and to come to the conclusions that you did in this report?
Well, yes. I mean, as you probably know, and as also as mentioned in the report, this project, this communication was drafted in close cooperation with Justice for Iran and initiated by Justice for Iran, approaching us at the Leiden IHL Clinic, whether we would be able to prepare such a report. But in general, when we are starting a communication, a note like this, we don't rely exclusively only on the information which is provided to us by the cooperation partner or the client. But I ask both the master students who are working on this, as well as our supervisors and teaching and research assistants, to find all accessible, publicly available information. And in that regard, the information which was provided for us to us by Justice for Iran was, of course, an important part, including especially the witness statements, which were translated by them into Persian. But the whole team was clearly instructed to broaden the scope of evidence or documents as broadly as possible, including other NGOs apart from Justice for Iran and Amnesty International, but also reports from international organizations, the European Union, media reports, etc. So this is usual procedure in that regard. Of course, we are no public prosecutors, and I can't send investigators into the respective site. But we try to get a balanced view of the incidents which have happened.
And did you evaluate any information from the state? Because this report does reference different orders.
Yes, so as much as possible and as much as accessible, we try to get hold of information provided by the state, also with regard to justifying the incidents, of course, because this is also something, having worked myself at the International Criminal Court, I approach a criminal case, and this was the idea behind this communication, that we are preparing a criminal case for individual criminal responsibility, that we look at both sides of the story, and not only incriminating, but also exculpatory evidence. And in that regard, we took into account any statements which we found. We also tried, obviously, in order to pinpoint and find out who might be in the individuals who are majorly responsible for these incidents. We had to look at the internal structure of the government and the respective the Security Council, the police force, armed forces, etc. But of course, I don't speak Persian. My team and my students didn't speak Persian, so we had to rely either on translations which were publicly accessible or were made accessible to us by Justice for Iran.
Great, thank you. So let's now jump to, it's page 242. It's the state or organizational policy, the existence of one. And what I'm curious about here, specifically on page 243, in the report it's written, regarding the situation in Iran, it is demonstrated that the state actively promoted and encouraged the attack conducted by the security forces. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that and explain to us which evidence you looked at to evaluate and come to that conclusion.
Yeah, you have to give me a moment because the numbering you have is probably a numbering which is in coherence with the whole other documents which I'm not having access to. So I have to find the respective quotation. And this is the existence of a state or organizational policy. Is this correct?
Yeah, so it's section 5.1.2.3.
Okay, so this has changed by now. It's section 6 now, but I will find it.
Thank you. Take your time.
Okay, good. Yes, so with regard to the question whether there is an existence of state or organizational policy, we looked especially at two reports from, in that regard, both the Justice for Iran, the Shoot to Kill report, as well as Amnesty International, Trampling Humanity, which, however, was corroborated by witness statements. I'm not sure whether you have these appendixes, otherwise I'm happy to provide them with you. We have here in Appendix 1 witnesses with the IDs number 103, 104, 261, 269, 119, 287, 147, and 284. And in that regard, we tried to get an overview from both NGO reports as well as first-hand witness statements.
Do you recall you looking at any state documents from the state or statements from the state to determine?
I'm not sure at this moment. So we have another source from the Iranian Students' News Agency. No, but in this context, I don't think we looked at documents from the state.
Okay. And then my final question has to do with the intent, which, as you know, crimes against humanity require that the perpetrator commit the, litany of acts with knowledge. And so it's page 246 on my end. It's section 6.1.4, intent and knowledge in your report. And I was wondering what evidence you all use to determine intent. And this is broken up in the report, I'm aware, depending on the act. But if you could speak to that and provide some more information about that, that would be wonderful.
Yes, of course. So, of course, given here the fact that we looked mainly at the main responsible persons, not at the individuals which necessarily perpetrated the incident as such, we looked at, again, reports and witness statements in order to find out and clarify that within the National Security Council, but also with regard to the colleagues, the senior members of the government, including the chief of the judiciary and the prosecutor general, were aware of these circumstances, and that the perpetrators were also aware of the circumstances of an attack against the civilian population, including indications which came from the fact that when you looked at how the people were either killed, tortured, or detained, it was clear that the people acting could have not been doing this without intent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Professor, could I ask a few questions, please?
Of course, yes.
First of all, could I just ask you to turn to 4.2? I've got page 21. I've got an electronic version of your report.
Yes.
And it's the final paragraph I'm just for the moment interested in, where it says, decisions regarding the crackdown were made by the country's Security Council, which is overseen by the Minister of Interior, and were passed down to provincial governors. Do you have that?
I have 4.9. You said, which paragraph is it?
It should be 4.2, the government's crackdown on the 2019 protests.
Okay, yeah, okay, 4.2, that's page 20 on my, in my version, yes, and then?
And that's 20 on my version as well, so that this
we have the same one.
Thankfully.
Can you repeat the question, if that's possible?
Yes, please. If you move to page 21, and I'm interested in that final paragraph.
Yes.
Decisions regarding the crackdown were made by the country's Security Council.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to understand the strength of that finding, because on one view of the evidence we've heard, decisions regarding the crackdown were made by the country's Security Council, which were passed down to provincial governors, as you say. On another view, decisions were made by the country's Security Council, but then essentially delegated to governors on the ground. And I note with your finding here that the footnote references one report. And so I'm wondering how confident you are of that conclusion.
Well, the thing is, obviously, as I said before, and also maybe I should say that as such, the quality of this report or the objective of this report, so let's put it like this, is actually apart from assisting you in your work, but the main idea behind this report is to persuade the prosecutor of one of the international criminal tribunals to start a proper investigation. So that means that we started from the assumption that we want to have reasonable base or indicate that there's reasonable basis to start an investigation. It was not the idea behind this report to say we are proving beyond reasonable doubt that this and that has happened. So in that regard, when we took into account in this context this specific report and having the knowledge of how the country's Security Council and government worked towards the governors on the provincial level, we relied on this in a way that we said how, as far as the Security Council has these powers, and judging from what we have been made accessible through public reports, we come to the conclusion that the country's Security Council had to know about this and gave these orders. And I'm not sure you made a difference between delegation and pass down, and I'm not sure what the exact difference is, because you said on the one story was delegating this to the provincial governors, the other story was that it was passed down, and I don't 100% understand the distinction.
Professor, the distinction I make is that on one view, according to some evidence, a shoot-to-kill order is passed down from the country's Security Council. Kill the protesters if it's necessary to clear the streets, effectively. I'm paraphrasing. Which, of course, then leaves little to the imagination or little discretion at the governor, provincial governor level. But there's also evidence which suggests that something more vague was issued at the higher level, which effectively came from the Ministry of Interior, which essentially said, apply the law as it stands, which essentially means you can get rid of the illegal assembly under with certain conditions applying, certain qualifications, such as you have to use other means first before shooting. So I'm just trying to sort of get to the bottom of what you found in relation to whether it's more close to the first or more close to the second.
Okay. So I think as we also have formulated this in our Appendix 2, and with regard to the individual criminal responsibility of these senior officials, especially the members of the National Security Council, we have approached this more from a perspective of an overall order, in contrast to what you, I think, were pointing towards like a very specific order to say, shoot to kill these people in that location. So,
thank you, Professor.
I hope that clarifies it. Yeah.
It does, thank you. Page 23, if we can turn there now.
Yes.
Just give me a moment, please.
Sure.
No, if we could go back to page 17, please.
17, yeah.
17. And here you're talking about which individuals you've named in the communication as potentially accountable.
Yes.
And you indicated there that the ones you've named are those essentially which have oversight and responsibility for the relevant security agencies or governmental bodies. Am I paraphrasing accurately?
Yes, and I think you're referring to paragraph 2 on that page,
Yeah.
which again references this appendix 2, which gives a list of 9 individuals which we thought would fall under these senior officials that should be held accountable.
And you've included there, as an exception to that, let's call it institutional categorization, or individuals linked to institutions, the governor of Shah-e-Qods, excuse my pronunciation, and that's because she's admitted to issuing an order for the use of live ammunition.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What was it about the order? Because as I understand that order, what she's admitted to is effectively using live ammunition, but maybe I'm wrong about this and I'll be corrected by counsel if I am, but on the basis that she was defending property and lives. Did you read that differently?
Well, I mean, this justification that the lethal and non-lethal weapons were used in order to protect property and life came up in this context, but also in other contexts. This was, yeah, very broadly used justification. But in that regard, I'm not 100% sure. I would have to further look into the respective pages in the report. Our general impression was that these justifications partly justified that the protesters were partly shot into organs, important organs of their body. They were partly shot in the back or in the neck or in the head. So the overall context seemed to not fit with regard to the justification brought forward in a way that it seemed to be more a protective excuse than covering the respective circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to turn to the issue of widespread and systematic. Could you turn, please, to page 44?
Yes.
And I just want to understand how you conclude crimes or violations were widespread. Are you basing that upon only 2 essential areas? 1, the killings, and 2, the detentions and the what happens in the detention centers, the torture? Or are you seeing widespread in a more expansive way than that?
Well, since we decided to focus on these 3 acts of possible crimes against humanity, killings, imprisonment, and torture, we obviously used them also in order to substantiate the idea of widespread or systematic attack. And in that regard, also following the definition of Article 7, paragraph 2a of the Rome Statute, I think with regard to your statute, that's Article 6, dealing with crimes against humanity, that an attack against the civilian population means a course of conduct involving the multiple commission of acts referred to in paragraph 1 against any civilian population. In order to have like a stringent and conclusive report. We mainly focused on these acts which we were already examining with regard to the section where we deal with the individual acts.
So does it follow then that you didn't look at, for example, the physical violence per se meted out during the protests as part of the constitutive acts making up the attack?
As I said, we, in that regard, focused on, since we had, I have to say, we have a certain number of resources, people who helped me writing these reports, and also limited amount of time. So we had to somehow make a selection of these incidents we were looking at. And in that regard, as I said, we were mainly using these incidents, which we also described more in detail under the respective subsections, as in order to support the idea of a widespread or systematic attack. Of course, there was, like, in general, you can't probably completely exclude the whole picture of what is happening there. But since Article 7.2a is very clear about, in order to justify this idea of widespread, or widespread, especially that you have multiple acts, we looked at these incidents particularly.
But also, as I understand it, multiple acts of a particular degree of severity. So
yes,
this is why what I'm trying to get to, which is, you know, you've got the use of a water cannon, you've got the use of certain types of weapons which are perhaps dangerous but not, in the ordinary course of events, lethal. And I'm just wondering if you took a view on them as whether they're serious enough to be taken into account as part of the attack, part of the consideration of whether the attack is widespread. And just before you answer, and the reason for that is because I'm just wondering whether 304 deaths as found by Amnesty, and I'm not diminishing the horrors of that, but whether that spread across the whole of Iran, or rather not whole of it, but a large number of provinces, could in and of itself amount to a widespread attack.
Yes, I mean, we come here to an important question, and I think we all know that this is can be, or is the decisive question when you're aiming at prosecuting crimes against humanity, the level of these widespread and systematic attacks. And we know the precedent from the ICC with regard to the post-election violence in Kenya, where especially my former countryman and late Judge Cowell wrote a dissenting opinion in a way that he said that the post-election violence in Kenya was not enough to raise this level, because we are talking here about crimes against humanity, which are supposed to be, as the other core crimes in international criminal law, to have a severe degree. I nevertheless believe that the number of deaths which we have listed, but also including arbitrary arrests, and if we can't only focus on the number of killings, but we need to think about arbitrary arrests of 7,000 protesters, the number of mistreatments and torture in the prison cells. So you need to take this into account. But what I'm not sure whether I understood you correctly with regard to taking into account other weapons. It almost sounded as if using water in order to fend off protesters would diminish the idea of widespread or systematic attack against the civilian population. And I would not agree with that. We looked at especially these incidents of acts which would fall under Article 7 of the ICC statute and representing possible acts of crimes against humanity. In the cumulation of these acts, we came to the conclusion that this should amount to the severity which is required from the crimes against humanity.
The case I'm thinking of is more the prosecutor's decision in the Ukraine case, or Ukraine situation, where protests around Euromaidan 2014, deaths were approximately 110. Similar fact pattern apparent, which was a government involved in detaining, well, protests around the country, detentions around the country, beatings, etc. on the streets, use of prohibited weapons or weapons used in a prohibited manner. And the ICC prosecutor doubted whether that was widespread or systematic. And so I'm trying to, not that that's a definitive ruling, the prosecutor's view it's not a judicial finding, but relevant, obviously, I think, to this situation.
Yes. Well, if we take so I'm rather old-fashioned, I want to say, in a way that I say the then prosecutor of the ICC obviously is making two things. She took like a legal analysis, but she also had to take a policy decision in that regard, because especially also after the experience with the Kenya situation and many other cases, we know that the ICC prosecutor at one point became a bit more careful with regard to bringing cases to the chambers, to the pretrial chamber, where she might be afraid of not being able to get a confirmation. And in that regard, I want to remind the panel of the fact that obviously, whenever we talk about numbers, there is a gray area where we say, when is it becoming widespread or systematic? And when is it not? You mentioned 110 killed persons in the Ukraine situation. We have here at least 300 something, but there are reports which go much wider than that. We took a conservative number here. We have thousands of protesters which were detained. So obviously this is a call which, you have to make in a way that you say, how are the standards of international criminal justice applied to this situation sufficient in order to say it's widespread or systematic? We believe that it is, looking at the evidence, looking at the overall situation. But again, with the resources we had available, and my impression is that you have access to many more resources, and in that regard, that might be helpful. But I'm also saying this, and I'm going back to this judicial decision of the pretrial chamber and the Kenya decision, where actually the pretrial chamber said the prosecutor is authorized to do preliminary examination, investigation in this specific case. And in that regard, I actually disagree a bit with Judge Cowell when he published this dissenting opinion about that this was not enough. I believe this might have also come from the situation of him being German, in the same way that I'm German, that we are obviously thinking of the crimes of against humanity as they were conceived after World War II, during especially the International Military Tribunal for Nuremberg, where for obvious reasons this crime more or less was very important in order to to punish Nazi Germans for the horrible acts they committed against the Jewish population under the variant of persecution. However, I want to say that at that point, we didn't have genocide in the statute. So obviously for the crimes against humanity, there needed to be an extremely high threshold. I think the last 60 or 70 years have shown that the threshold is not so high that you need tens, thousands of people being killed. I believe the situation as it was, we found it in Iran in November 2019, would actually qualify for indicating that there was a widespread or systematic attack against the civilian population.
Thank you, Professor. On the detention issue, do you make I note, I mean, I might have missed it in your report, but were you able to quantify the frequency of misconduct looking like torture during these 7,000 detentions? And the reason I ask that is because I'm just wondering whether detention in and of itself is sufficient to amount to a relevant act, or whether we need to look at detentions accompanied by mistreatment or torture. And if so, can we quantify the latter?
Okay, these are two questions. I want to say first aspect of that question. I don't believe that mistreatment is actually a necessary requirement of Article 7, 1E, is it E, of the Rome Statute, because we have separate alternatives there. We have the alternative of imprisonment and severe deprivation of liberty as such, and then we have torture and other inhumane treatment. So in that regard, the Article 7, and since you're, I think, pretty much verbatim, have the same definition in Article 6 of your statute, I believe that already indicates that the imprisonment doesn't necessarily have to be accompanied by mistreatments in what form or so ever. It's rather that this imprisonment has been conducted or taken on in contrast to especially human rights standards under international law. So that's the idea, the mistreatment, and that's also the reason why we obviously look at these things separately. With regard to the numbers, I have to say I'm not sure whether from a distance our team could have been able to qualify these because just of the fact that obviously we are happy to have a rough number of how many arbitrary detentions were taking place, but we definitely didn't have the number to say, or the means to judge whether out of these 7,000 individuals, I don't know, let's say 50% were mistreated or not, which, of course, that would have required that we would have information on every single one of these 7,000 protesters, which unfortunately we didn't. We needed to hand select a restricted number of incidents where we had access to witness information. Yeah? In order to put that into perspective, we had access to, in the end, 66 witness statements, victims who shared with us their description of what has happened. But obviously, we're aware that this is not, it's only 1% of the people who probably were affected, if at all. Yeah. So in that regard, it's very hard for me to make a clear statement, okay, in 20% and 30% or whatever percent these kind incidents of torture happened.
Is that also true of, I mean, we've got a statement here on page 45, and I think this came from, I might be wrong about this, but it might have come from the Amnesty report, but arbitrary arrests of over 7,000 protesters. What if they're not arbitrary? Because there are protesters throwing stones, there are protesters burning vehicles, banks, petrol stations. You wouldn't include that within this category, presumably, arrests for those kind of reasons.
If they were conducted with the respective, in the respective way as determined by international law, respecting the rights of the protesters, then they would not be arbitrary. Our impression was, our experience was that there was a high number of protesters who, when they were detained, didn't hear why they were detained. They didn't get access to legal counsel. They didn't have a chance to contact their family. They were put into detention center, which not necessarily were the official detention centers of the police. So in that regard, it is something, yeah, I think it comes from the Amnesty International report, and I see that at the end of this sentence, a footnote is missing, which is an oversight which needed to be remedied, and I would have to follow up on that. But this is what I say, that just because, yeah, our impression was from the first-hand witness information that in most of the cases, the respective procedures were not taken into account.
Okay. Thank you. One last quick issue. Looking at page 44 and 45, your conclusion here about the details, and I quote, the details of 304 which have been recorded by Amnesty International, that's in relation to the death, and then you put, quote, subsequent efforts by the authorities to suppress dissent include the arbitrary arrest of over 7,000 protesters, many of whom were subject to acts amounted to torture. And my question is, the chronology you found seems to be deaths and then subsequent arbitrary arrests. And I'm wondering what your view is in relation to whether there's a finding open here to a widespread or systematic attack on a population beginning after the killings and being contingent or constituted by the arbitrary detentions and what happens in the cells. Do you see my point? If we were to find 304 and the way in which they're spread around the country is just not widespread enough and there's not enough evidence to find systematic, could we then go on to find it on the basis of the detentions alone?
If you decide that you want to go that way, you probably could, but I would say that is not what Article 7 envisages when it says multiple commission of acts as listed in Article 7, paragraph 1, because that would mean that, and this is now one example where I want to say for obvious reasons, when we have a protest, and the security and police forces are acting in that moment, the first possible act they can commit is killing. And then just because it's like the immediate reaction to what is happening, and then necessarily the detentions are coming later. But they might take place during those same days when the killings take place. And however, if then at one point the police forces have the situation more under control and start to now broaden their detentions, I would say just focusing on the detentions would not pay justice to the victims of the killings in a way that it's almost against the spirit and the objective of Article 7 of the ICC statute, in a way that an attack against the civilian population, from my perspective, cannot only be singled out with regard to one alternative of a possible act, be that torture or detention, etc., because it's a coherent, factual background we have to take into account. So I think you have to take these in connection with each other and can't single out, the 304 killings is not enough. So then we forget about them. It's just human rights violations, whatever. And then we are just looking at the tensions. This is just like a coherent factual circumstance which cannot be separated. Would from my side, contradict the idea of the crimes against humanity paragraph as such.
Okay, thank you. Actually, one last question. Sorry, I was wondering, and I haven't come to a view, even though it may seem I have, but I certainly haven't. But I was wondering what your view was in relation to your preference. If you had to choose between whether this is widespread or systematic, let me put it differently. Which do you think is the stronger on the evidence? That there was a widespread attack on the civilian population or a systematic attack?
Very good question. I think, from my perspective, both are very plausible, and I wouldn't want to choose between one of those two. I see also with regard to the widespread. I want to say we talked about numbers of victims alone, but as far as I understand Article 7, it's not only about the number of victims, but it's also about territorial scope. And we need to take into account that these acts were taking place all over Iran in dozens of provinces. So there is this additional factor for widespread. And with regard to systematic, I believe we show that the organization behind that is also rather clear. So I don't want to give preference for one of these.
Fair enough, Professor. That's my questions. And I think that's the questions from the panel. Thank you. I beg your pardon, there is one.
Good morning. I have one very quick question. I'm wondering, in the course of your research and in preparing the report, if you ran across any information that, in fact, the number of deaths was greater than 304. I know that's the number that Amnesty has provided, but I'm wondering if you found any information that perhaps that's a low number and there were more, and if so, what that might have been.
So I'm sorry, I just have to briefly also make a reference to respective pages in our report. No, I think otherwise we probably would have put it in the report, and I see that we say 304 people killed, 300 of whom were shot dead. And we are just referring to the Amnesty International report, which says that the number of those killed is most likely higher, and that the victims include both protesters and bystanders. But I can't remember that we actually got like a concrete number how much higher, whether it's 500 or 5,000. So in that regard, this is the number we had available. And unfortunately, I can't help with more insights in that regard.
Thank you.
Sure.
Counsel?
Professor, I have one more question for you. Does the answer to the last two questions regarding the number of deaths change for you if there was evidence or any indication that the state was covering up who was dying during the protests or how they died? So during the times of burials or things like that, if it wasn't documented how somebody passed away, would that change the number or your reliance on the numbers generally?
Well, the thing is, as I said before, it's very hard for me from my office here in The Hague or in Leiden to make determinations which are depending on facts which I only get by relying on reports or other statements, etc. This is the nature of the work we are doing at our law clinic, that we say, and I tell this always my team, and I tell that our students as well. What we are doing is to bring as much evidence or information. I actually want to call it information, because we are not prosecutors, we are not investigators, to the forefront, to those people who are then able to make further investigations in order to investigate and prosecute the people who are affected by this. If you're saying there were cover-ups and there was a policy of these cover-ups, that obviously would make it plausible in order to assume that the number of people killed was much higher. But I can't, it would be unprofessional from my side to say, yeah, just because I have an indication that this kind of policy was happening, we need to assume that probably 2 times, 5 times, or 10 times many killings have happened. And again, yeah, I also want to, I know you have a very difficult task at hand there with regard to saying, are 300 victims, are those enough or not? And I would say even 300 are enough in order to come to this conclusion that it's a widespread or systematic attack. Also, in the context of the overall situation as it happened in Iran during these days or weeks then after the respective dates in November. So this is what I can say, and I don't want to, I know you need more or you want more or you want to be on the safe side, but in that regard, I can't provide this statement as such.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's much appreciated. Your communication is very helpful, and your evidence also, and we appreciate you getting up on a Saturday morning to help us. Thank you.
No problem. Happy to help. If you need further information from my side, I'm always happy to do what I can. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck for your work, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Our next witness panel is witness number 173 on page 48. Mr. And the witness is going to testify in his own name. His name is Mr. Abdi. Good morning, Mr. Abdi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Good morning to you too. Greetings.
Mr. Chair is going to swear you in before we begin.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. Could you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth,
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. There'll be questions now from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
Mr. Abdi, could you please explain to us what happened to you on November 16th? And only disclose, only disclose what you're comfortable with disclosing, okay?
Yes, I would like to talk about the 25th of Aban and Shahriyar. And the fact that on Friday, the 24th of Aban, the price of petrol was raised threefold. And in the virtual space, there was information about it. People through the different groups, they were talking to each other, and they said, okay, let us all take our cars to the streets, not to move, and let us protest so that the government changes this position. That's to say, not to raise the price of petrol. And it was a Saturday morning. I was going to work, and I saw that the crowds were gathering on the streets, and that actually people were doing the same. Well, I am also a citizen, and I believed that I had to participate in the protest because the rise in the price of petrol would affect all the other items in the country, and therefore that's what we decided to do. Our protest was in this form that we just turned off our cars and we stayed on the street. There was no violence, there was nothing, but the government thinks otherwise. If you look at the videos or the pictures from the first hours of the protest, you will see this. If we wanted to create any riots, if we wanted to change the order in society, we would have gone with clubs and stones or wooden sticks or something. You can see yourselves in the videos, not a single person has a stone in hand or a piece of wood in hand or anything else. So people were there, the crowd was there, and something else that I have to tell you over here is that the main reason for the misery of Iran is this: Iran is being destroyed, and I consider that the main reason for it is Khomeini, and people don't like Khomeini. The ring of Khomeini that they have put in the cities, people have set it to fire because they are so angry about him. And therefore, what we can say is that the militia, the Basij, and the other forces, they are in the pockets of Khamenei, and they don't look at setting fire to things very comfortably, and therefore they start arranging themselves to attack civilians. And the area that I come from, you see people that we could see people who had masks on. They were clad in black. They had shockers in their hands. They had tear gas in their hands, and you could see that they are deploying and they are being prepared to attack us. Until that moment, nothing had happened in Shahriyar. I have photos from hour to hour. Until that time that I was shot with a bullet, nothing had happened. There was no fire, only because they set this ring in fire. To fire, they attacked citizens. So I went to another place. I saw that the place I was is not safe anymore, and I went to another place, and I did not want at all to get involved in any struggles. I was a protester. I have never been a political person in my life. I had never been in any kind of struggles, in any kinds of fights, and only this thing made me become a protester too. I went to Fabanier Square, and I saw that from a street leading up to this Imam Square, that there were shootings, and I could see that tear gas had been released, and I saw that there was a big wave of people who were running toward the other direction. And I heard that the other people said that the forces are attacking people, they are releasing tear gas, etc. And then all of a sudden I saw that there were some plainclothes people and some revolutionary guards, and they started shooting without any warning, without anything. You can look at the films yourselves, and you will see that without any kind of warning, they started shooting the civilians, the people who were fleeing the other forces on the other side of the street. And of course, the forces were a lot of people. The crowd was not very big, and they were coming to us with their chokers And because we were also part of the population, we were also trying to flee. There was no other way. It was a small street, and you had to escape through running away until you would leave that street and come out. And at that time, the forces were running, and people were running away from the forces, and they were going towards their cars. And some people were shot with bullets. Somebody who was running beside me, he was killed.
Because we have interpreters that are trying to interpret what you're saying. Okay.
And we were trying to escape, and one of the protesters who was beside me, and one of the members of the force shot him in his chest. He fell down, and when we saw this scene, we also became very nervous. We lost control, and we realized that things becoming even more difficult. And I saw somebody shooting with the Kalashnikov, and I saw that this person was going towards the car to enter the car, and I said, okay, good, he's going into the car and he's going to go away. And as I was escaping, I saw that the car started and went, and in one moment I saw that this member of the forces was standing right in front of me. He just targeted me, and he shot me in my leg, and then he escaped and went away. And the other people who were there, they were my friends. They also tried to take me to the hospital, and there was a person wearing a blue bomber, and you can also see him in the film. Nobody has heard from him. We have no news from him. We don't know whether he is alive, dead, executed, in prison. We have no news of him. His family does not have any news of him. He's an unknown person now. And but anyway, they put me in a car and they took me away. And the struggles that I am explaining to you, it was the first time in Shahyad. Nothing had happened in Shahyad before that. Nowhere had been destroyed. There had been no fire anywhere. I will send you pictures to see that these forces, the forces did it themselves. They were the ones who made people to become angry. It is the policy of the Islamic Republic when there are crowds that they cannot control, and they fear that they might lose power. That's what they do. They use these people who are in plain clothes or they are clad in military uniforms. They let them loose in the crowds. They make people nervous. They start shooting, and the crowds become angry and nervous, and they go and do things that will give a pretext to the Islamic Republic, so that they can collect pictures from these people, so that they can show that to the international community, to say this is the reason why we killed them, this is the reason why we attacked them. Nobody wanted to create any kind of disturbances or riots.
And when I was in front of the hospital, I just called one of my friends and I said that this has happened to me. Are you there at the hospital so that I can come to you? He said, no, I'm not there. Don't go to the hospital at all. There are some plainclothes officers here at the hospital. They have come from the IRGC intelligence department, and whoever has been involved in the protests and has been injured, killed, or in whatever manner has been connected to the protests would be arrested and taken. So he told me not to go to the hospital. He gave me an address and told me to go there. And he said that he will come to me with a doctor so that they would examine my leg. So my friend came with a doctor to me, to the place where I had gone. Well, he said that I was really lucky that the bullet had not hit my bone and had just gone through the muscle, and I could have had operation at home. Otherwise, I had to go to hospital, and if I had gone to hospital, I would have been arrested, because many others had been arrested. During the time that he was operating my leg, for in an hour or two, maybe more than 30 or 40 times, his phone rang, and his friends and relatives were calling him, asking him for help in Pardis, in Andishe, Robat Karim, Shahriyar, and all the close area. Neighborhoods were trying to call this police, asking him for help for the relatives and friends who had been shot and who were taken home. And even some of them had been killed. Some of them were at hospitals, and the hospital was not answering the families, and they wanted to pursue the issue through this doctor. The other issue that I should tell you is that my relatives and friends who worked at the hospital, after they explained the issues, they said that the security forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, these killers, had some cold room cars, had some cars with refrigerated cars. They had put those refrigerated cars close to the hospitals, and they put the people who had died inside those cars. And also even they put the injured inside those cars. They easily took people and put them in these cars. Nobody knew what was going on because nobody thought what was going inside these cars. These cars were refrigerated cars. They were for carrying food, but they were filled up with people who had been arrested by the Basij and the IRGC. So in such a way, they took people out of the city to Kahrizak. Kahrizak is a place where after they take you, nobody can find you. They either kill you there or they do something to you. Nobody would know what will happen to you. So time passed. Since my brother had problem with the government, he had left the country. After he realized what had happened to me, he called me. And he was informed what had happened. He advised me to leave the city. He said, don't go home, leave the city. So I decided to leave. I went to another place. I stayed there for a few days because in Iran, it was by the end of the day of 16th, it was the end of 16th of November. The internet was cut off completely. There was no access to internet at all. Nobody could know what's going on with the others through internet. After a few days that I was in hiding, my brother called me through a direct telephone call. The internet was cut off for 7 days, I think. For some cities, the internet was reconnected, of course. So my brother called me, and he said that my film was broadcast in social media, and they knew who I was now. So I had no chance but to leave the country. Otherwise, I would have been arrested. I felt that my life was in danger, and it was not just my life. The doctor, the nurses who had helped me, my family's lives were in danger. And all those who were close to me, who had helped me, all those lives would have been in danger. It wasn't just me then. There would be the lives of tens of others who would be in danger. So I decided to leave the country. We made some coordinations at the airport through one of our friends. I realized that there was no name of me mentioned at the airport. It was at the beginning of the conflicts. It was 10, 15 days after the protests. Therefore, there were some people who were being tortured at the prisons, and still the names had not been advertised and revealed. So I could leave the country through the airport, both because my life was in danger and also my leg had infected and I needed to do something about it. My leg could have been amputated, so I had to go somewhere to treat it. And at that time, the Islamic Republic was not looking for me. After I left the country, about 10 days after, my brother called me, and he said that my father was taken to prison, my laptop was taken by the security forces, and there was no information on my father. I was really afraid. I used to hear from the news that some Iranians were being detained in Turkey and returned to Iran and deported to Iran. So they had taken my father, they had tortured him, and all our electronic devices were controlled. After they realized that they could not get anything out of my father, my father told them that my son had never come back home, and we had no news of him. And the only thing we know about him is that he has left Iran. So you can go and ask from the airport. This has been the time of his flight and all that. He's not in Iran anymore. So why do you want him from me? I wouldn't have let my son even to come home at that under such conditions. So finally, I think because of what my father said, he was released. But now I have to recall all those who have been killed, all the mothers of those who have been killed, all the friends of those who have been killed. I don't have anything to add. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Show the video of from the protests. Yeah. 1 second.
여기를 뭐 뒤로 사나? 오.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Thank you for your testimony. I just have one series of questions. You explained how you were shot in the leg in the context of the protest. The person who shot you, did he say anything before actually shooting? Did he say anything to you?
I forgot to mention it. When I got to him, I got shocked. I saw him targeting me. I asked him, why are you shooting? He said, you're rioters, you're hypocrites.
Were you carrying a weapon or stones or anything like that?
No, I didn't. If you stop the film, when I fell on the ground, I only had a mobile phone. When I saw him targeting me, I was trying to film him so that at least I would have some evidence of who had shot me, so that people would know that they were not the people who were shooting. I just tried to film him. When I took my mobile out, he just shot me.
Did he see? Was the mobile in your hand? So not, or was it still in your pocket when he shot you?
I had taken the mobile out. When I was running towards that man, I saw him targeting me. Then when I took out the mobile and the mobile was out, he just shot me. And under that conditions, I just fell on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Testimony. It is very clear. I just had one question that's not directly about your testimony, but helps me understand your appearance today. What is it that you are looking for through this appearance?
My expectation is that the rights of the families would be defended. There are many who died, and there are people who left the country. We are somehow dead too. We are not living, really. But the families of those who have died are suffering. There are people who are in prisons. They are considered as political prisoners. There are some who may be executed. You should be able to prevent this. You should condemn the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Republic is a criminal government. Everybody knows that. If you ask everyone, they would know that. Even the officials, the people who work for the Islamic Republic, don't agree with their government. They are just getting their salary from the government. I know many people who are working in the IRGC, in other parts of the department, but they don't believe in the government. They believe that the government is criminal. There are many around us who are military personnel, but they know that the Islamic Republic is nothing but a criminal government. They are criminals. When you look at the people shooting a 16-year-old in the face during protests, an individual who doesn't even know how to shoot is being forced to shoot in the face of the other people. Well, this is the definition of a criminal government. There were people who came to me that a gun was given to a Basiji, 16-year-old, and he was asked to shoot people. And another person had witnessed in Andisha that a child and another person who had been shot in the head and his blood had scattered everywhere. So that's a crime. You don't give a gun to a child to do such shootings. So you should support those prisoners, those who are in line to be executed.
Thank you very much.
Nothing further. Over to you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Abdi.
Mr. Chairman, our next
Can I just thank you very much for testifying, Mr. Abdi. We listened with care and we will take it all into account. We appreciate the effort you've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Our next witness is witness number 28. You'll find the evidence at page 355 of the bundle. Good morning. The chair will now swear you.
Hello to the honorable judges.
Good morning, Madam Witness. Would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will...
I solemnly declare
that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There'll be questions now from Council, followed by questions from the panel.
Thank you. The witness is testifying about the killing of her brother, who was shot on 16 November by a bullet in his heart. Can you please briefly inform the tribunal of the events that happened on 16th November and the shooting of your brother? The panel has received your statement, which is thank you. We thank you for that. So be please very brief about the events that you witnessed.
My brother, in the afternoon, about 5:30 to 6 p.m., was coming back home from work. While he was coming home, I had a telephone conversation with him. He was saying that he was going home. I told him it's cold. Go home. Don't stay out. He said, I'm really tired. I want to go home. According to my mom, he went home. He had a snack, took a shower, had some fruits, then went out to do something that was related to his job. My mother insisted that he shouldn't go out because it's cold and there is some protest and unrest outside. He said, I won't go anywhere special. I'll be back soon. He went out anyway after an hour or an hour and a half, and he had telephone conversations with his brothers and sisters. He had no problem. He was fine. And after an hour and a half or 2 hours later, whatever telephone calls were made, he did not respond. There were no response until someone took his phone and answered and said that the number that you're calling is unable to respond. He's been hit, he's been shot, and he has fallen on the ground. My family got agitated. My mother, my other sister, they were so agitated they didn't even ask where they should go. They went to the hospitals looking for my brother. After they went to 3 different hospitals, they finally found him in the 3rd one. And when they got there, my brother's body had not been brought yet. They were looking for him. They couldn't find him. Finally, they realized that a car had just arrived and carrying the body of my brother. When he was put on the stretcher, taken for resuscitation, he received shocks a few times. He received heart massage several times, but to no effect. Finally, he was taken to the morgue. And that was it. The following day, when the body was not handed over to us, until the 3rd day, that is to say, 2 days had passed since his death when his body was given to us. According to my sister, who explained to me what went on at the hospital on that day, she said that there were so many plainclothes officers in the emergency room that they didn't even allow any patient to be sent to the operation room. They just gave a shock to the patients and some heart massage, and then they sent them to the morgue. If a patient could have been saved through operation, still they didn't allow the patient to be taken to the operation room. And the medical team, the nurses who were involved in resuscitation of the patients,
the witness, Mr. Chairman.
were crying for all the young people. They said nothing could be done for these young people, and my brother was among them. After a lot of effort and going to the IRGC intelligence department and going to the Governor General's office, finally we were allowed to receive the body of our brother. It took 2 days after giving a lot of commitments, and we committed not to have any interviews with the foreign media. We committed not to have any interviews. After signing so many commitment papers, they released my brother's body. And they caused a lot of nuisance during this time. They called us all the time, and they said that they were calling and that they were going to come and have an interview with us from the TV. so that our brother would be considered as a martyr and to be covered by the Martyrs organization, Martyrs Foundation. But we did not allow them to hold an interview with us. We said that our brother is a martyr, but he's a martyr in the way of his country. He's a martyr for Iran, not a martyr for the government. So they asked us for a lot of these commitments, and they gave the body to us, and we buried the body.
And afterwards, of course, we lodged a complaint with the intelligence services, with the police against the perpetrators. We wanted the killers to be identified, to be punished, but no rights were given to us. We were deprived of the right of having a lawyer, and every time that we addressed ourselves to them, they said that they themselves would pursue the matter, and there is no reason for us to pursue the matter. We would say we want to have a lawyer. They would say no need, we will do it. So we were not allowed either to have a lawyer or to pursue the case ourselves. They told us that your brother, your son, was killed by ordinary people. He was not killed by one of the officials, whereas after some time passed from this incident, we went around in our area and we asked those who resided in the area and they had been there, and they told us the officials of the police force themselves, they killed him because they were shooting people from rooftops. And one of the eyewitnesses who was present there then, because he lived there, he also told us that in the melee, when people were protesting, a number of vehicles came, the vehicles of the plainclothes officers. The plainclothes officers alighted and they started shooting towards people. That is not the case that the protesters had any kind of weapon in their hands, or cold weapon, or firearms. They had all gone there with empty hands, and all the shooting was done by the officials and by the plainclothes officials. And afterwards, in the death certificate of my brother, it was recorded that something had hit him. Whereas those who were familiar with military weapons said that this bullet was a bullet that would be used in a war weapon, not just anything. He was killed by a bullet that is used during the war. In some, they did not allow us to do anything, not to have a lawyer, not to pursue the matter. They said they would do it themselves. And now that the 2 years have passed after this incident, they have not introduced the killer to us, they have not identified him, and they have not said who targeted my brother and killed him.
You mentioned in your statement that your family paid 100,000 2 months for the price of bullet. Is that correct?
Yes, they obtained money from us. Of course, they did not tell us it is the money for the bullet, but they said transfer such and such an amount to such and such an account so that we delivered the body to us. It was not a very high amount, but we paid it.
It was stated by them that the bullet actually was from others, as you refer to it. Did they refund that money?
No, they did not refund us with the money.
I have no further question. The panel will ask questions for you.
Good morning, Madam Witness. I have a couple of questions. I'll start off where the council left off, and perhaps this is a question that Council can help with as well, but there's a reference to money being paid for the bullet, but there's also a reference to being offered martyr status. There's normally one or the other. So do you have an idea as to why they were asking for money and saying that he was a martyr?
Whatever they said, we did. We don't know the reason why. Why they asked for money and why they wanted to consider my brother a martyr under the cover of the Martyrs Foundation. All we wanted to do was to take delivery of the body as soon as possible. So we did whatever they asked us to do, to pay the money, to give the guarantees. All aim was to get the money, the body as soon as possible and to bury it.
When they offered to make him a martyr, did they also offer diya or blood money? And I apologize that these questions are difficult, so I do apologize for that.
No, it's all right. Yes, that's what they said. They said that they would pay blood money for him to be covered by the Foundation for the Martyrs, because of which then you will always get a stipend of some sort.
And just to clarify, you said in your testimony that you refused that status. Can you explain a little bit more why that was the case?
We refused because I feel that this foundation that they have started, called the Foundation for Martyrs, is a foundation which is supervised and controlled by the government. And it's a means of betrayal. Even those who were the martyrs of war, the martyrs of holy war and defense, even for those martyrs, they have a different aim. Those people who died in the war, they wanted to defend the country. They wanted to defend the honor of their countrymen. Unfortunately, they have betrayed those goals as well. And therefore, you cannot say that this is a foundation that works in favor of the martyrs. It is a foundation which is controlled by them. Yeah, they do pay some money to the families of the martyrs. But when you see that they have trampled upon the aims of the martyrs and they have betrayed the war martyrs, surely we did not want to have a share of that betrayal.
Question on this line of questions. Did that impact on where your brother could be buried in the cemetery?
Well, to bury my brother, it was like the other people. We buried him to the cemetery of our city. No, it doesn't have a great impact, no.
Because we had understood in earlier testimony that in a cemetery there is a section where martyrs are buried and there's a section where others are buried. Did that impact on where within the cemetery your brother was buried?
According to the custom that we have, we just buried him in the ordinary plot of the cemetery, not in the section for martyrs.
Thank you. You also mentioned with regards to the death certificate that you used the term "those familiar with weapons told us that it was a bullet from a war weapon." Who are you referring to there?
People that I cannot name here. the people who were either military or those who had gone through their military service. In any event, there were people who were familiar with war weapons.
My last section, you spoke about your inability to have a lawyer, etc. Did you file an official complaint with regards to the killing of your brother?
A complaint in which we would write something and present it to the court. No, they did not allow us. They opened the file themselves, but we went to them several times and we said, what are the results of your review of the case? But they told us, no, you shouldn't come here at all. There is no need. We pursue the matter. When we come to a conclusion, we will let you know. But unfortunately, they never came to a conclusion, it seems. It's been 2 years, and although we are sure that government agents killed him, and also the protesters who were there had no weapons at all. They were there with empty hands, or if they anything, they would throw a stone or something. Nobody had a weapon to shoot. We know that, and we are sure that government agents killed him. But the authorities have not introduced the murderer to us, neither have they pursued the matter.
When you say they didn't allow it, are you there referencing the IRGC?
The files for the ones who were killed were with the police. They were at the police station. And that's the routine. When you have cases for murders, for killings, they go to the police, and therefore the files were opened for them also in the police. But the IRGC also was involved in this because they also called us a number of times. They contacted us. They would tell us, you have to come here, and the members of our family would go to them. And every time they would talk to us in the context of the guarantees that they had given. Don't interview anybody. Do not be in contact with foreign media and such threats.
Final question. The guarantees, the commitments that you were asked to make, they were made to the IRGC to secure the release of your brother?
Yes. Yes, these commitments, yes, we did to the information services of the IRGC. Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, and you have our condolences from the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. And I am grateful to you for all the trouble that you go through, for all your work. And I hope that your efforts bear fruit one day and we see a free Iran, and the blood that was shed by our loved ones would not have been in vain.
Good morning, witness. I have just one question for you, just to clarify earlier testimony that you gave. And I may have missed this, and if I did, I apologize for making you repeat it. But you mentioned that your family was offered blood money. You said they offered blood money. Can you say who they is? Was it the IRGC? Was it some other group?
It was the information services of the IRGC. Those are the ones who would contact us. When I say they, generally, I mean the information services of the IRGC, who consistently contacted us for these matters.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you. No further questions from counsel.
No further. Madam Witness? Thank you very much for testifying. We appreciate how difficult it must have been, and we will take into account everything you've said. Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence.
خسته نباشید و
Thank you for your hard work.
Just two minor points before we close the session. First of all, I apologize for some gender confusion in the statement. This is because Persian language is gender neutral, so the translator didn't know whether the witness is male or female, so that's why this happens. Secondly, accepting for someone being a martyr has a connotation with it. That's why the families refuse, because that means the victim has died for Islam, for the regime, and also it relieves the authorities from any liability for the killing of the victim. That's why they do not accept the position of martyr.
Would you be able to elicit that through evidence,
Yes,
Mr. Savi,
yes, sir.
please?
We'll provide further evidence on that.
Thank you.
Is this the appropriate time to call
Yes,
for
so
a
we
break?
have a break. Be back, please, if you would, in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Please be seated. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is witness number 5.
Page 317 of your bundle.
It appears at page 317 of your bundle. Good afternoon, witness number 5.
سلام و درود.
Greetings to all of you, dear judges, and all those people who are hearing my voice through the cyberspace. It is really good that we can explain what we saw during Aban so that the people of the world would know what happened between 15th to 18th of November 2019.
Mr. Witness, greetings from us too. Would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
بنده
Do we have you again? Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth, to speak the truth,
Truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There'll be some questions from council and then followed by questions from the panel. Could I just remind you, Mr. Witness, that a decision has been made by you to keep your identity secret, so just be careful about what you say.
Of course.
The witness voice is now replaced by the voice of a member of council team. The witness had witnessed the killing of demonstrators during 16th November. Witness number 5, please state to the tribunal what you witnessed on 16th November. The tribunal has received your full witness statement, so please be brief with what you want to say, and you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
بنده الان صحبتمو شروع میکنم.
I would like to once again express my greetings to the honorable judges. As an eyewitness, as a young individual in my country, so similar to the other young people, I took part in the peaceful protests. In a very peaceful manner, in completely peaceful manner, we wanted to object to the increase in the petrol prices on 15th of November, which was a Friday. People had heard that the petrol prices were to increase. People were unhappy because of the dire economic situation in the country, and they were ready to start a protest because of further economic pressure. And the increase in the petrol prices could have put greater pressure on poor strata of the country. If you pay attention to the number of the people who died, they were mainly poorer, from the poorer classes of people. They were living in the suburbs, and they were objecting to the increase in the petrol prices. And that was the reason they turned out in the streets. So we all turned out in the streets to object, to protest the increase in the prices of petrol. And we wanted to express our objection in a very peaceful manner. When the people went out to the streets, parked their cars on the street, stopped the traffic, they had nothing in their hands. At the first hours, they only had their empty hands and their mouth to cry out their objection. And they expressed their demands in a very peaceful manner. And those who stood in the middle were both young people, mothers, elderly, students, and you can see that there have been many child students among the protesters, among those who have been killed. So the protests started in all cities, and people were objecting. They had gathered, they were clapping hands, and they were objecting to the increase in the price, to the increase in the price of the oil. The same was happening in all cities. We went and we inspected different parts of our city. In Islam Shah, Robot Karim, Shahriar Malard, Fardis, Gohardash. These are all areas in the suburbs of Tehran. All these areas which I am naming, from Fardis and other parts, the protests were all carried out in a peaceful manner. The people were expressing their objection. Then other forces joined in and wanted to oppose the people and to suppress any objection by the people. I want to give an example to the world. I'm happy that I have been able to use this podium. About 4 or 5 years ago, there were some protests in France for the increase in the petrol prices, which was known as the Yellow Vests protests. I think it was because of the increase in the prices of petrol. They all wore yellow vests, turned out on the streets. They protested. Of course, we condemn any suppression of the protests in France as well. Some people got injured, but we had no one killed. But when we started our protests on 16th of November, internet was cut off. We had no means to communicate after. We could not ask about the health of each other to know what our friends were doing from 3 p.m., which was about 5 hours after the protests had started. Internet was cut off. We had neither internet nor WhatsApp, no other any means of communication. And within 2 to 3 days, there were 1,500 fatalities. You can go to the suburbs of the cities. In all areas which I mentioned, they are all satellite towns, and the people are living in poverty. They came to the streets to object to the increase in the prices, but the government suppressed them. Since 3 p.m., when the internet was cut off, the people had no means to communicate. They were on the streets, they were protesting, objecting, they were talking. After a while, apart from the police force, the Basij and the IRGC forces joined in. Those are forces that everyone is familiar with. They entered the scene. They had the heaviest weapons in Qaleh Hassan Khan and other places. They even brought tanks and armored vehicles. They had ordered that the people should be beaten up and suppressed so that the protests would be settled. That was because Khamenei on 16th of November in his higher level class had said that these people are rioters. Well, this was not true. People were just protesting against the increase in the petrol prices and economic hardship. What we realized during those 3 days was that apart from the police, there were some people who were beating the people out of revenge and out of some complexes that they had. So we know that every city has got some weapons. So all these bases used their weapons against the people. They shot people. They fired at people. One of the cities where firing took place and had 3 martyrs. One of their martyrs was a laborer, a hard-working transporter. He had 2 children. One of them was disabled. That 30-year-old young guy was killed before the base by a Kalashnikov bullet. He died in place. The documents are available, the pictures are available. We've sent all of them to the tribunal. There are even more important documents that I may send. You see that I have covered myself behind a mask. I apologize to all the families of those killed during Aban protests. I do not feel safe. For a witness statement, I have to put on this mask. I am really shameful. Just for my own security, I had to do so. If I take the mask off, and if I testify here, in a quarter of an hour, I'll be killed. You know this. And I want all of you to know why I am unable to testify without a mask and to tell you what happened and how the young people were killed on the streets. If I take my mask off, I'll be arrested in 15 minutes. I'm a cultural individual. I work for the Ministry of Education. I studied at the best universities in the country. We are people who turned out on the streets in a peaceful manner. Me and similar people like me and the other young people of our city and our country only received an answer by bullet.
Can you please slow down because the interpreters cannot catch up with you? Can you please slow down your pace of talk?
And just maybe helpful just to direct the witness to the narrative a little.
Also, please limit your statement. We have the full statement. Just can you give us a short highlight of what you have seen? And then please answer the questions from the panel.
Yes, I fully understand. I need to name the commanders and the martyrs. And if I do so, then I'll be arrested. But I will do so because in the area where I witnessed 3 people being killed. One was a laborer, a 30-year-old laborer, 2 children. One of his children was disabled. He was shot from the top of the base, police base.
Mr. Witness, if any of the names you're going to mention would disclose your identity, we strongly advise you not to do so. Do not put your safety at risk.
خیلی عالی. بله من
Great. I'll try not to mention any names. I'll just make references. The second martyr I saw was a 19-year-old young individual. That 19-year-old young individual was in the protest. He was also shot from the base. He was hit in the neck. His friends were afraid of taking him to the hospital, as he might have been taken away. So they took him to their own house. He lost his life. Whoever gets injured in any part of the world, he's being taken to the hospital. So the injured would resort to hospital. But on 16th of November, our second martyr, who was just 19-year-old, after he was shot, his friends were afraid to take him to the hospital, as he might have been arrested. So they took him home. And that young man died at their home. So you see what's going on. They were afraid of even going to the hospital. That's how far people are under oppression. A person who has been injured, their friends would be afraid to take him to the hospital. They think that he would be under pressure. So they took him to their house and he died there. And there were individuals who were shooting at people. The IRGC forces and the Basij forces and the police forces were the ones who were shooting at the people. They had their own complexes. They wanted to kill people and wrap up the situation. The Basiji forces were the ones who were shooting. On 17th of November, in the area where we were, they identified 4 or 5 people. They came and took them with private cars, with a Peugeot 405, plain clothes. They went and they took the people who they had identified. They fired shots, and they put them in the boots of the 405 Peugeot 405s. When I talk about Peugeot 405, everybody knows what car I'm talking about. They were just arrested because they had parked their car on the street to object and to protest the increase in the prices of the petrol, and they were identified based on their cars, and they were just being arrested by some plainclothes officers, put in the booth of their cars, and taken away. In Alborz province, in Tehran province, everywhere people were protesting and objecting, but as it is being said, they did not tolerate us. They wanted to implement the instructions of the supreme leader. They suppressed people. They wanted to use brutality. They had no emblems. They had no uniforms. We wouldn't know who they were. They just attacked people. They patrolled the streets. They had firearms, and they had tear gas. And in our own area, where I said that we had 3 martyrs, in Alborz province and in other places, we had over 200 martyrs in Malard. People know where it is, and the Sheikh Hardis as well. And the other issue that I should say, on 17th of November, the police force had taken the young people into the vans, and that was to prevent them from any participating in any further protests. But the same scene showed to the people that the government would not tolerate any protest by the young people. They would be taken into the pickup trucks and they will be shown to the other people around the city. And when people saw this scene, they got even more angry and sad, and this is what government forces did. They shot people, they suppressed people, and this is what they did because they wanted to suppress people in Al-Bors province. As I said, the streets were all full of people. They were objecting.
مردم رو سعی می‌کردن به هر وسیله‌ای که شده سرکوب بکنن.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I'm sorry that because our time is very limited and we have your full statement, please answer the questions that the tribunal may have in connection with your statement.
حتما.
Certainly, sure.
Justice Yacoub.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for coming here to help us. You said you decided to stage a strike. That's what your statement says. And strike to me means not going to work. What did you mean by deciding to stage a strike?
Greetings. We talked about protests. People are protesting because the price of petrol had gone up, and everybody who had talked in the protests or participated in the protests were the different strata of society. For example, the workers, people from unions, from the students, university students, and because the because the price had gone up and they had heard about it, they wanted to respond to this in a conciliatory matter and to protest, but they were responded to by truncheons and weapons.
So the only point I wanted clarity on is that there was no strike in the way in which I understand it. There was a protest. That's all, isn't it? I just want to be clear on that.
Yes. No. There was no strikes. It was a protest against the price rises.
There may have been a language problem. I'm not criticizing you at all. Just understand that. All right, then the next matter is that there were lots of people in the crowd, as you say, and I'm trying to understand if they fired as indiscriminately as you say they did, one would have expected many, many people to die, because there were lots of people firing guns. My problem is that 3 people died. That means to me that they were not shooting to death everybody, but maybe some people, I don't know. But
sorry, he's gone. I'm not sure he can hear you.
If this witness cannot be contacted, can we go to the next witness, please?
صداقت و متاسفانه
Sorry, unfortunately, we cannot re-establish contact. It is ringing, we can hear it, but there's no response.
شما تصمیم میگیرین که با شاهد بعدی
The decision is yours, whether we go ahead with the next witness or we wait for this one.
Mr. Chairman, can we call the next witness? It's witness 110, and it appears at page 363 of your bundle.
وصل شد.
We are reconnected.
Okay.
Can the witness hear us now?
بله بله صدای شما.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello again. Yeah, I was saying that there was so much of firing going on that it seems it was interesting to me that only 3 people died. And I'm not saying that more people should have died. I'm very sad about the 3 people that have died. But it seems to me that they selected specific people to kill them, and that is why only 3 people died. Can you comment?
Yes, of course. Yes, a point that I have to refer to is that, Your Honor, Mr. Judge, when we say 3 people died in a city with a population of more than 10,000 people and 500 people were put in prison, this is a small city. It doesn't have any paved roads, does not even have parks, but you have lots of Basij paramilitary bases there. You have lots of people that they had been brought in to suppress the protesters. So in such a city, we had 3 people who died. We had 50 or 60 people who were wounded, and they were taken to the hospital. And almost 500 people were arrested during these few years. These are young people. They are still in school, and still they have electronic cuffs on their ankles, and it's a small place. When you have 3 people who die, more than 500 people who are arrested, that's a lot. In this city, we know each other, and the security forces were able to identify everybody, and they arrested 500 people. They dragged people out of their shops and arrested them. There was somebody who was just crossing the city, going from here to there, and they arrested him. There was no calm, there was no quiet in the city for a week. And I was an eyewitness, and I saw that the young people belonging to different families were pushed into vehicles of the IRGC and taken away. Was I able to get my point across?
That point across very well. But my question still is, you saw 3 people die, right?
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, and I know their names, and I know their specifics, and I know those who shot them, and we said who the commander of the base was, at what distance they were shot, etc. But if I say all that here, there will be problems. I have sent all these specifics, and I said that I will even come in person to the tribunal to testify. But I am in a place, in a location where I cannot talk very conveniently, and I cannot enter into very many details. So if I say at what range they shot and who shot these the victims, then it will not be very difficult to identify more location. The accidents in the margins of the city were in such a place that the forces from one base were moved to another base.
You saw 3 people shot. Now, how many people were shooting?
معمولا
Normally speaking, they come in groups. That's to say, if you have the Basij paramilitary and the IRGC people who, as they said, they wanted to wrap it up and to suppress people, they come in groups, groups in 50 or 60 people. They are in plain clothes. And in parentheses, I have to say that security forces, for example, the Basij forces that are dedicated to this area would be taken to another area, and vice versa, so that they would suppress the protesters very easily, because everybody in this city knows everybody else. So not to get into trouble for that, they just move them around. They bring the forces from another base to our city and ours to another place. Karaj would come to Pardis, Pardis would go to Goardash, Goardash would come to Pardis, so that nobody can identify them, and it will be in a better position to shoot people. And when we say the militia, the Basij, you have to consider that in every factory you have a base for them. You have in every office you have the Basij base. You have in a sports club you have the Basij forces. Anywhere that you go, there is an office which they call the Basij or the militia office, and the only duty that they have is to identify people, to identify the protesters, to suppress them, and when they identify them, they crack down on them. So these were these bases that shot people, when people would protest, they would get together, they would go on rooftops and they would shoot at them. And those who would shoot, they were the main members of these bases, and they all use Kalashnikovs. Everybody knows that in all of these bases they use Kalashnikov guns, and they go to the rooftops and shoot the commanders of every base. Would give them the direct orders to shoot them either in their head or in their neck.
Please, the interpreters cannot catch up with you.
Counsel, you had indicated the video will be shown before the questions. I would personally be very happy to look at the video before I continue. So I wondered, with the permission of the chair, whether we could perhaps do that.
Justice Jacob, we decided not to show the video for this session. But if you wanted, we can...
No. If you decided not to show it, that's your choice. But if you were going to show it anyway, and you had said you were going to show it before we asked questions, our questions may be more pertinent after we see it. But if you've decided, subject to what my colleagues say, you've made your decision, and we can't question it. So, we know that 3 people were shot dead. We know that 50 or 60 people were shooting. Is it fair to infer that only 3 people shot people dead, which means that the bullets of the other 50-odd people killed nobody?
نه
No, there were protesters, they were protesting, and then there was a commander of a base, and from high up, they were shooting people indiscriminately. You had young people, old people, you had children. When you have these forces, blindly, they just shoot at everybody indiscriminately. People who were protesting peacefully. And one of the pictures of these martyrs shows the person who died because he was afraid to go to hospital. He was not taken to the hospital. In their house, this is the picture of this person whom they did not take to the hospital for fear of the security forces. His name was Sayyid Ali Hosseini, and the date is there, 25th of Aban, 1398.
Now, I'd like you to make a distinction between what you actually saw and what you think happened. So I'd like to confirm that you actually saw 3 people die. Yes or no is good enough for me. Don't give a long answer. I just want the confirmation.
Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. Yes.
Now, 500 people arrested, you did not see with your own eyes.
You see, in the area that we were, what happened was that, for example, I saw 2 of them myself with my own eyes when they came and they shot in the air. And once we paid attention, we saw that 2 people were dragged out of their houses, and they put them in the back of the Peugeot 504, and they threatened them that they are going to shoot them in their legs. They put them in the car and they took them away. And the next days, since we are in an area that everybody knows us, we talked to people and we gathered some statistics. And when we did that, we realized that they have arrested 500 people. Even if somebody had parked their car in that area where the protests were taking place, they would just arrest him and take him away. And they did not even ignore that person. Right now that I am talking to you, there are people from our city, young people, teenagers, who still have ankle bracelets, electronic ones.
Now, the next question I have to deal with is this. There were, you were there, you were part of the protest.
I think we are cut off.
The witness is back.
صدای بنده رو داری؟
Can you hear me?
Right. Okay. So the next issue I want to deal with is you were part of the protest, right? On that first day, the 16th. And I'm making
Yes.
between that and the days when you were driving around inspecting. Okay, we'll talk about your driving inspection a little later. But this protest decision, you say it was taken on the night of the 15th. Is that right? The decision to protest was taken, as I read your statement, on the night of the 15th, the Friday night. Is that correct?
بله.
Yes. It was Friday that we realized that the prices were to be increased by the government. Therefore, people peacefully turned out on Saturday on the streets.
That decided on Friday to go on protest on Saturday.
جوان‌ها بود.
The young people, everyone, the adolescents, middle-aged people, man, woman, student, shopkeepers, everyone.
A meeting.
قطع شد.
Was there a meeting? You see, there are two things. Either there was a meeting.
نه.
No. It was completely spontaneous.
That is what I don't.
As a young individual, I heard.
No, hold on a minute. Let me just tell you what my problem is. You see, either, and that's my problem, and you need to help me, either you decided on Friday night that you were going to go on strike, as your statement says, on Saturday, or it was completely spontaneous. I need to understand which one of those you mean, please.
Mr. Judge, when the Iranian people heard the news, young, old, laborer, and others, that the petrol prices are to increase, people decided to react. Therefore, spontaneously, they turned out on the streets. In the morning of 16th of November. That is to say, the people turned out. They told each other, of course, and they turned out on the streets. When they realized that this price increase will affect their life and they will have more hardship, they decided to go to the streets and to protest and to ask the government to listen to what they had to say, a little bit at least. But something different happened. Instead of listening to the people, the government decided to suppress the protests using batons and weapons.
The issue I want to discuss with you is this. There were many people injured. 3 people died. How was it that you survived, although you were part of the protest? Was it just good luck? Or you were an expert at evading bullets?
Allow me to mention a small point. The weapon that we had was a motorcycle. During the protests, all the streets were blocked. Nobody had the chance to move around. The only means that we had to move around was a motorcycle, so we could drive around. We could go and see what the besieged forces were mobilizing and what they were doing. We prepared a lot of films. We sent them to you, and probably you've seen them already.
Sorry, were you part of the protest on Saturday morning, or were you... Sorry.
من کجا درس خوندم، مشخصاتم چیه و اینها.
I cannot explain where I have studied and how old I am, and all these will identify me.
I'm not asking you that. Please, I will not ask you those questions. Were you part of the protest, or were you riding around on a motorcycle, just like the police were riding around in a motorcycle, looking at things?
بنده
I was a protester. I was objecting to the price increase, and my means of transport was a motorcycle. I was able to move around with this motorcycle. Nobody could move around with a vehicle, with a car, but with this motorcycle I could go everywhere, and I could see what was going on. I could see what was going on where, because Alborz and Tehran and other satellite cities are all connected, so I could go everywhere.
I'm sorry, just one final question. I must put to you that my idea of protesting is not driving around looking at what is happening from city to city. Do you have a comment on that?
بله
Yes. I was participating in the protest, meaning that I was driving around. I don't want to say certain things. Because of my job, I don't want to get into details. I have a job which I don't want to name. I should just tell you that because of the experience that I had in my work, I could I cannot explain any further, sorry. But I saw everywhere.
I am very sorry to have bothered you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
بنده هم سپاسگزارم فقط
I am also grateful.
Right, I just have a few additional questions. In your statement, you indicated that at the outset of the protests, that when the police came, the crowd was somehow supportive of the police, and the dynamic changed, and there were clashes and skirmishes. So I would just like to ask you about that. What caused the dynamic to change? Was it something particular or something more general?
Everywhere in the world there are protests. People have protests in other communities. Here the young people were protesting as well, similar to other parts of the world. So the first force that comes to the scene and stands against the people is usually the police. But people know that the police is not a mercenary force of the government. So when the police came there, the people were encouraging the police. They were clapping hands. They were respecting the police. They were chanting the slogan, "Police, support us, support us. We are not saying anything wrong." And many people even talked to the police and told the police that you've got children, you've got family like us. When the petrol prices would increase, that will affect your life as well. So when we were talking to the law enforcement forces, to the police force, they responded, that is true, we're similar to you, but we are officers, we have to do what we're asked to do. But after the people gathered, the first force that appeared before them were the police force, and the people were trying to ask for their support, and they were trying to encourage the police. But after, when the Basij forces and the other forces entered, the issue was over. Then the protests were suppressed. They started beating people, shooting people, and the like. Consider a city where you can only hear shooting and seeing people flee. That is to say, after the police entered the scene and the people were supporting the police and were inviting the police to cooperate and support them, and the police to a certain extent was supporting the people. But in the afternoon at 3 p.m., when the Basij and the RGC forces entered with their plain clothes officers, the protests got a bit violent, and they started beating the people, and they wanted to wrap up the protests, and they were trying not to allow any film to be distributed from the events, and that is why from the 3 p.m. onwards we had no internet.
Thank you, sir.
The 3 young people who were martyred in our street were being killed by Basij and the IRGC forces.
Sir, I have an additional question. It's a sensitive question, so if you feel that is the witness still there?
صدا هست.
I can hear you. Yes.
So with this question, if you don't feel that you can answer it without revealing details about yourself, please indicate. Okay, so it's a warning. But in your statement, you do indicate, you reference a commander which authorized the forces under the commander to do whatever they wanted. Now, are you able to specify, what unit was this a commander of? No, I'm not interested in the city or the place or anything like that, but was it a commander of what kind of forces, please?
I fully understood your question. The IRGC has got a unit in every province, and then the Basij is under the IRGC. There are some resistance bases under the Basij. And the IRGC and Basij were in control of all the developments. Can you hear me? And also the commander who started the shooting was a colonel, and he was the commander of a base, and he had 20 bases under his control, and the colonel and the commander of the base ordered the firing. He had a clutch in his own hands, and he was controlling the efforts, and he was shooting himself. I should also say that the same individual who was the commander of the RGC and ordered for the shooting and killed this number of people was replaced after a year. After he was identified, the people knew him and were talking about him and knew that this was the guy who did all that. He was assigned to another location, and someone else replaced him. We have his details, and we have provided all his details to the tribunal, and we can even say where he is now based.
And can you indicate exactly what the order said? You may not know, and that's fine. Just say you don't know. But if you do know, then...
I cannot hear you. There is no communication.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, my question was whether you knew the exact words of the order that was given. Witness, can you hear me?
What I heard through my friends in the police department was that if you had no other chance, then shoot. And the commander had given, and the commander has said that you can decide by yourself, and if necessary, you can use firearms against people.
When exactly was the order given? On which day, at what hour, if you're aware?
Exactly from 16th of November, when people started protesting at 10 a.m. It was about 4 p.m. that the Basij and the RGC forces took control, and from 4 p.m. that I am referring to, the people's protest became violent because of the intervention of the Basij and the RGC forces. They started shooting at the people. So it started from 16th of November.
خواهش میکنم.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. I have a few additional questions. Two very quick topics, and then I'd like to return for a second to the issue of the shooting that was taking place. But before then, my first question is, you've mentioned a whole number of groups of security forces, the IRGC, the Basij, plainclothes, and the police. In your various moving around during these demonstrations, did you notice if they covered their faces in any way with masks or other things, or were their faces visible for the most part?
نه 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 نه.
No. They had covered their faces with some sort of cloth. The protests were taking place in every part of Iran and at every street and alley in Iran, and they were coming there. And since the forces belonged to the local, because they didn't want it to be identified, and the Gor Hardash forces were taken to Fardis, and the forces from the Fardis were taken to Gor Hardash, and as a result, they were covering their faces so that they won't be identified, even if when they are being moved around, so that they didn't want their forces to be identified, and their weapons. They were walking around with their weapons in their hands. They had Winchester, they had baton, they had walkie-talkie, they had shotguns. And these plainclothes people were walking around, and they didn't have any emblem on their uniform, on their clothes, so that you would never know who was stopping the young man, an old man, a lady. He was just confronting every person who was protesting against the increase in the prices of petrol.
Thank you for that answer. You have clarified an important issue, I believe. Second question, you mentioned in your statement that people set fire to banks, people set fire to gas stations, and by that, and you also mentioned that they were very careful not to set fire to the property of individuals living in the area. And from your statement, I assume you're saying that these were people out protesting who set these fires.
Allow me to explain that people were protesting. They wanted to show their objection. They didn't burn anywhere. The people didn't burn themselves. I believe there were some people from the IRGC. It seems to me that there were people from the IRGC who were burning places so that they would have an excuse to have a crackdown. The same happened in the previous protests. It has always been the like. The Basiji forces go and burn certain places, and then they accuse people. Well, people were there at the front of the petrol stations. They were all excited. Maybe one or two people had thrown some stones at windows. But the point that I want to mention here, and I want it to be clear to you, is that those who went and objected, even if they burned a bank or a petrol station, but they never went to people's properties, and they were just protesting to the thing and nothing else, and they had nothing to do with other things, and there was no house in our area, no shop in our area was burnt down. There were only 2 banks that burned and 2 petrol stations, and that was the whole damage that this city suffered financially, and our young people have objections to the bank that provides 50 million of loan and then receives back 75 million instead, and that is called a Islamic bank, and riba is forbidden. And how could they provide a 50 million loan and get back 75 million? The young people want to get a job. I just said that in parentheses so that you would know what's going on. The people, yes, were gathering in front of the petrol stations and banks. They were objecting, but unfortunately they were being suppressed in such a manner.
So do I understand you correctly that it was security forces who were engaged in burning banks and gas stations? I'm not sure I understood. That it was not protesters.
بله.
Yes. The protesters did not set fire to banks. It was the Basij, the militia, and the security forces. They have operational groups that do these things, and they come and tell ordinary people, see, there are the others who did that, and therefore it gives them a pretext to crack them down. They have circles, they have groups, and the Basij do it themselves. And they know that if they come and they have that pretext, it is more, it's easier for them to suppress people. Did you see that anything else was set to fire except banks and gas stations? Did you see any house burning? Did you see any shop burning? No. Please do take this into consideration very carefully. In our neighborhood, there were only ordinary people who were protesting, but you see that only one or two banks and a gas station were set to fire. So it's not the ordinary people who did that. They were protesting against something else. They were protesting against the rise in the price of petrol, but this protest was responded to through bullets. And also, you have to consider that on the 25th of Aban and in the afternoon, the internet was completely cut off. And for 25 days, we did not have any internet in our province. Neither did Khuzestan, neither did Sistan, neither did Baluchistan. Nobody had internet. And when internet was there in the central province, those far-off provinces did not have internet until 10 days afterwards. You don't know how many young people and how many teenagers were killed. You don't know what it did to us.
Thank you for that answer. And I have one last area of inquiry that refers to some questions that were asked by my colleague earlier. And I'm returning to the issue of the shooting that was going on. And of course, we are all extremely grateful that only 3 people were killed. I think the concern here, or the question, the inquiry, is that if I understand your statement correctly, there were a significant number of security forces present. They were armed. People were shooting from rooftops. I'm sorry, security forces were shooting from rooftops, that plainclothes and other security forces were jumping out of cars and shooting. So there's a great deal of shooting going on. And I'm wondering if that shooting was constant. Was there a constant barrage? Or were there breaks in time when there was no shooting? Because it does raise the question of how it was, thankfully and fortunately, that with that amount of shooting, only 3 people were killed. Maybe we need a better description of how that barrage of shooting took place.
Thank you for your question. I think I should give some explanation regarding this. When I say there were 3 people dead on one street, you have to consider it in this context, that I live in a place, the population of which is a few 10,000 people. On that street, there is no bank. On the same neighborhood, I'm telling you, 3 people died. We had more than 50 people who ended up wounded. They were shot in their stomachs. And still you can have witnesses who can come here. They can bear their stomach. You will see that this person was shot in the stomach. And even when they went to the hospital, they were still pressured. Yes, they were Basij people, the militia, and any high place that they found, the rooftops, etc. They were shooting, either using Kalashnikovs or others, pellet weapons. They had shotguns with which they shooting, and blindly, indiscriminately, they were shooting towards people. And the highest injury that people saw in our neighborhood was from the IRGC people and also from the militia, from the Basij. They had no mercy. It didn't make any difference for them whether you were a child, you were a teenager, you were a young person, you were old, you were woman or man. They just wanted to wrap up the protest. And they did that through using the weapons, through direct shooting of the people. That was the only way that they could disperse people. And of course, in the process, lots of people were wounded.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Witness, in your written statement, you indicate that you yourself was hit by pellet and paintball. And usually the paintball is colored, and after that, a motorbiker would come and fire from a distance. Could you please tell me, tell the tribunal, what happened to you after you were hit? Thank you.
نیروهای بسیج
The Basij force had, he says, paint roll bullets so that it would spew paint on your trousers. That would do that so that you could be identified by the intelligence forces. So if somebody wanted to run away from where you were, it wouldn't help because they would know who you were. That's what they did to me. If somebody had been hit by a paint roll, this person would have been arrested. Even if somebody said, I was just passing by that area, they wouldn't listen to you. They would just arrest you because you had paint roll on you.
Yeah. What happened to you after you were hit? Did the motorbiker came to you and hit you or?
بله من اونجایی که صحبت
Yes, yes. Yes, but I was talking. That was the place that I was hit by a paint roll, and there were 3 plainclothes people who were following me. And thank God, there was somebody who knew me and warned me that they are following me. I can even name the exact neighborhood, the exact location, but I'm not going to do it because of security reasons. And therefore, because I was warned, I could escape, and then I was in a position to clean my trousers so that they could not identify me anymore. But the way they operated was that they would ride their motorcycles, they would come among the crowd, and they would shoot you with paint balls, paint rolls. And those who had their trousers painted with paint, then they would be very easy to identify from among the crowd, and those are the ones who would be taken or they would be shot.
Very much, Mr. Witness. No further question.
No further questions, I think, from the panel. Could I just raise one issue which has been raised by a member of the panel? Are there any of these films mentioned by the witness we can have tenders?
They will be all provided to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is witness number 255.
If I can just say thank you to the present witness. Mr. Witness, thank you very much for testifying difficult subjects, and we appreciate the effort you've made, and we will take everything you've said into account. Thank you.
Yes, the next witness is witness number 255. His testimony appears at page 460 in your bundle. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman will now swear you in.
Mr. Witness, thank you for agreeing to testify. Would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. If you wait there, there'll be some questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
Thank you. The witness participated in demonstrations on 17th and 18th of November. He was injured on 17th November and arrested, but managed to escape. He was again arrested on 18th and detained for 18 days. He was tortured and is suffering from physical and psychological damage inflicted during his detention. Mr. Witness, can you please explain the events of 17 November that you witnessed? The tribunal has received your full statement and we are grateful for that. Please therefore only briefly refer to the highlights. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, on the 25th of Aban, the 16th of November, I was going from a small city towards a big city, and I saw that the windows were broken along the way, and they said that it was done by the police force. And from that point, when we were moving towards the city, you could see that people, by way of protest, had turned off their cars. And when you would enter the city, you would see that the people from forces from the special units, both in military clothing and the Basij in their own clothing, and the anti-riot people in their own clothing, they were there and they had their own weapons, if they recognize it correctly.
اعتراضشون رو مردم داشت.
People were expressing their protest towards the rise in the prices of petrol, and they were hitting and beating people up with their batons. I saw a mother and a small child who wanted to ask the officials whether they could leave the circle that was there and go out. They hit her and they beat also the child. There were also people on the ground with torn clothes. They also saw people with blood on their faces. I saw that the people from the special unit were also shooting in the air. They were in black clothes, and I saw one of them that knelt down and shot. It was not shooting in the air, but I did not see who the target was. After a while, those in plain clothes entered the scene, and usually they are on their motorcycles. They also have all kinds of weapons on their waist. That's to say, they have batons, the batons which are also equipped with the screws and bolts and those things, so that when they hit somebody, even the damage is greater. And they are very cruel. I can give you an example. There was a young man who was there, and I saw that they hit him so hard on his face that his glasses flew away. He was, of course, injured. They did not allow any ambulances to come in. and of course, I was also hit on my face, my shoulder, my back. I was hit with the truncheon, and there was lots of shooting. And in my view, all the shootings were not in the air, because you could tell when they shoot in the air, the noise is different. The distance of the officials with us was only 60 or 70 meters, and also you could see the police force. There were lots of them. Therefore, they had a lot of more force and power than we did. And although I was wounded, I reached Shiraz gate, and we were approaching the evening, and over there you could see a lot of the forces. You could see forces from the special unit. They had truncheons, they had tear gases, and over there, I saw a young man and a young woman who were walking under the bridge, and perhaps they wanted to record everything through their mobile phone, and they were badly beaten. I saw that their faces were blood-stained, and I thought that they were almost unconscious. There was a melee there. There was a lot of shooting in the air, and because it was dark by now, I had something personal to do. I went towards the house, but in the street that would go towards Isfahan, I saw that on the rooftops of the Basij building, the students, I saw that there was an official who was installing filming equipment, and I'm sure it was filming equipment. And I went back home, and the next day I came out with somebody I knew around 1 or 2 o'clock, and in the Revolutionary Square, she told me that an official clad in black, he was from the anti-riot unit, who is installing a long pipe over there. And I thought it would be a shooting equipment. And also on the Siosepol, in Isfahan, we saw that they were installing filming equipment. Zayanderud, the river, the big river, unfortunately has gone dry. And because of the wrong policies of the government, it was dry also then. And therefore, people were gathering there to protest. And of course, they were surrounded by the officials, and once again, this special unit and the other officials who were both armed, and also they had shields, came and surrounded them. Over there, I saw a young person was shot in his left shoulder without us hearing any shooting. We did not hear any shooting. He fell down, and therefore I believe that because this hole in his left shoulder was very big, I think that he was shot through a sniper with one shot, because if they had been on the ground to shoot him, people around him should have been shot too, because he was in the middle of the crowd. But it was only this particular person who was targeted. His left shoulder was targeted, and he was shot. There were a lot of shootings, and we could see that they were shooting people either in a sitting position, a standing position. We could see the special unit shooting people. If I want to tell you what happened there, it will be a lot. I saw a man who all of a sudden bent over on his stomach after we heard a loud noise. I did not see him fall down because the crowd was surrounding him, but I saw somebody else who was shot and fell on the ground. I don't know what happened to him afterwards. And from the slogans that people were giving, and they were saying, "I am going to kill, I'm going to kill who killed my brother," I am pretty sure that he was also shot. Once again, I was hit in my face, and I was wounded the same place that I was wounded the day before. And although there was a big crowd there, I could retreat, but I think that I had a temporary blackout because of I was struck in my head very hard. And I also have to say that there were lots of wounded people on the ground. Before I lost consciousness, I saw two people who were definitely minors. One was a girl between the ages of 13 and 14, and there was a boy, and he was he not even had grown a beard, and he was one of those who were wounded. And they would even hit you with a shield if they would use a truncheon first on you and then hit you with the shield, and that would cause lots of bruises or cuts and laceration on your faces. And then when I regained consciousness, it was in a car. I was handcuffed, and because the crowd invaded this car, I was rescued. Everybody who was there almost was arrested afterwards, and the officials, they would just drag them and push them into vehicles that would take them away. After the onrush of the crowd, and because I was not able to protest anymore, I left the location and went home. On the 27th of Aban, which would be 18th of November, in one of the southern locations near Isfahan, I was arrested again by the special unit because probably of the wounds that I had on my face. They gathered that I had participated in the protests during the 2 days before that. They put me in a vehicle with 3 or 4 other people, girls and boys, and without even asking me what I had done, they encountered me in a very obscene and insulting way. And as I have said in my written testimony, and I have sent it to you, and I'm not going to repeat here because of security reasons, they took me to a detention center. There were 17 or 18 other people, and among them there were minors, less than 18 years old. They were insulted. We were beaten, and they took me to another place without anybody else being with me. I was alone, and they kept me for 18 days in solitary confinement. And from a sanitary point of view, it was an awful place. That's to say, the same place that you drank water. I'm so sorry to have to say it. You also had to perform your other bodily functions. As far as air circulation was concerned, it was awful. The food was awful. There were no treatment services to cure the wounds of my face. Every day I was interrogated. The interrogators would change, and during these interrogations I was accused of spying for the United States, for Israel, and that there was no place for me in the country. I had to leave, and that my charge was apostasy, and if I do not confess to what they were saying, my whole family would be harassed. They prevented me from sleeping. I had other psychological torture that was inflicted on me. One of them was that they would make a cloth wet, the thin cloth wet, and they would strip me naked, and they would beat me up. They would whip me with the wet cloth, and the thicker cloth would leave traces and scars on you. My left eye is not right now, and it causes me a lot of severe headaches that could become permanent. Another torture is the worst one for me, and this is something that I would like to share with you, with this tribunal, and I want you to especially take into consideration this torture that I am going to tell you about. And anything that I tell you, you can verify for yourselves through medical experts. What they did to me was that they would handcuff me and put cuffs also on my ankles, and they would put me on a chair in a way that I would not be able to move without having my trousers or a shirt. And would put these kinds of cloth that I talked to you about on my knees. They would make them wet, and then they would put a hot iron on it. And they would tell me that this is your opportunity to say whatever you have, otherwise we are going to increase the heat. And although I knew that the electricity could not electrify me, and it is not going to burn me, but it would instill such fear in me, because when they would turn it high up, the wet cloth would little by little get hotter and hotter. The water in it would boil, and it would burn you on your skin. It's not one or two places on my skin. Lots of places have been burned. I have given the evidence for it. They, of course, would threaten you to sexual rape. They did not do it, but they threatened me with it. And there are lots of other things that I could tell you, but I have talked only about these. And if regarding what I said, you want to ask me other things, I would answer them. And because of the reason that I have said in my testimony, in my written testimony, I cannot talk about other things because of security reasons. But in any event, at the end, I was released.
Thank you. Were you forced to sign a confession?
Yes. Unfortunately, I forgot to mention this. I was told that if I wanted to see my family, I had to sign certain papers. They didn't even allow me to read them. I just signed them, unfortunately. I think, of course, it had nothing to do with seeing my family. I believe that it was some form of forced compassion.
Thank you very much. No further question from counsel. The tribunal will have questions for you.
I just have one question for you, Mr. Witness. Did you file a complaint of any description after your experience, your arrest, and the ill treatment you suffered?
No. If you had lived in Iran, you would have known that such a complaint would have no use. It will even cause to further trouble. If you refer to my witness statement and see how I was released, you will realize why I preferred not to file any complaint.
Can I just ask, and I appreciate this is a delicate area because it risks identifying you, but it's not clear from your statement, and I don't want you to mention who did what, but how were you released? Don't mention who facilitated it, but was money paid? Did you know somebody? How was it that you were released?
I was released because of the influence that one of our friends had.
Okay, so your friend knew someone and was able to use that personal contact to essentially get a favor. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Exactly. That's exactly correct.
Thank you. I think nothing else from the panel, Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No more questions.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much for testifying. We appreciate the effort you've made
سپاسگزارم.
especially with these subjects, which are very difficult. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, is this the appropriate moment to break for lunch?
منم از شما سپاسگزارم.
I think this is a good moment. So back at 1:45, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please sit down.
I lost my co-counsel, but this is Mohammed Nayeri. What page is this on? What page is he on? And his report is at page 334.
Thank you, Dr. Nairi. The chair will now swear you in.
Mr. Witness, thank you for attending the tribunal. Please repeat after me. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare that I speak the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. There'll be questions now from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
Dr. Nairi, would you please introduce yourself and also state your professional and educational background?
Yes. My name is Mohammed Nayeri. I have received my law degree in Iran, where I qualified as an attorney at law and became a member of the Central Bar Association in Tehran in 2005. I have substantial work experience with clients, courts, prosecution offices, as well as the police and other state departments in various parts of Iran. I have also received law degree and a master's degree in the UK, and I hold a PhD in law from King's College London. I am currently based at the University of Kent, where I work as a lecturer in law. I have acted previously as a legal advisor to several NGOs that aim to establish records of human rights violations in Iran. I have conducted research, produced and published reports and legal commentaries on various legal and human rights issues in Iran. My works have been cited, among others, by the United Nations Secretary General and the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran. Over the past 10 years, I have also been accepted by courts and tribunals in the UK and various other countries, such as the United States, Canada, Australia, and Norway, as an independent expert able to give opinion on legal issues and conditions in relation to the Iranian legal system.
Thank you. Dr. Nairi, you have submitted a report to this tribunal, which appears from pages 334 of your bundle, on the treatment of prisoners and detainees. The tribunal has received and reviewed your report, but would you briefly set out the highlights of that report for the benefit of the tribunal?
Certainly. As I have set out in my report, the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran covers a long list of rights and values, including some of the rights of detainees and principles of fair trial. For example, it guarantees presumption of innocence, prohibition of torture, and the right to access to legal counsel. However, like many other constitutional rights, these have been eroded and significantly restricted under other laws and in practice. The Islamic Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, those are among the major laws that undermine the fundamental rights and constitutional guarantees. In addition, those rights and protections are routinely ignored and violated in practice, particularly in relation to those accused or convicted of offenses that are arbitrarily and too widely labeled by the authorities as security-related. To that must be added major flaws in the structure and administration of the judiciary and criminal justice system of the Islamic Republic. And I refer particularly to the revolutionary courts. And this is also as well as the draconian criminal laws, the cruel and inhumane punishments. So all of these create a toxic mix, the result of which is the ongoing and systematic violations of human rights, in particular of the accused individuals and detainees. Such violations intensify, or perhaps they become better known and get more coverage at times of social and political unrest and periods of more intensified state suppression. In my report, I sought to give an overview of the statutory and practical legal framework of treatment of detainees and prisoners by Iranian authorities. I first explained the prisons management system in Iran, noting the separate regime for security detention centers. As I explained, while abuse and ill treatment of prisoners and detainees is rife throughout prisons and detention centers that are run by the prisons organization, the risk of abuse and mistreatment of prisoners and detainees is even higher in detention centers that are run by security and intelligence forces separately from the regular prison system. I also touched upon serious issues around arrest and detention, where there is a widespread practice of arbitrary arrest and unlawful detention of individuals by law enforcement and security officials. As I have explained, legal safeguards such as the issuance of warrants and summons in conformity with the rights of individuals are routinely violated. Individuals can be arrested without being presented with a warrant or on vague and too widely defined grounds such as national security. I have also commented on the absence of effective procedural safeguards and the prevalent disregard of the judicial authorities for fair trial and due process rights and standards such as the rights of detainees to access to legal counsel, to challenge the lawfulness of their detention, or to remain silent, or not to incriminate themselves, or have the recourse to complain about unlawful detention, or torture, or other ill treatment during arrest or detention. Such rights are routinely violated, and the legal safeguards are ignored. For example, various articles of the Criminal Procedure Code are often invoked to deny detainees legal representation until the pretrial investigations are completed. In addition, because of the overt emphasis that the Iranian legal system puts on confession as a method of proof, detainees and accused individuals are susceptible to forced confessions. My report also comments on the use of torture in interrogations and cruel treatment of detainees and prisoners, whether at the pretrial investigative phase or while they serve their sentences, which almost always takes place away from the public eye. That is unless there is a leak, as we recently witnessed in the CCTV footages from Evin prison. From numerous credible reports and well-documented cases, it is evident that the Islamic Republic fails to bring its prisons and detention centers under effective control and independent judicial oversight. The prisons organization itself is complicit in many atrocities, and when such atrocities are exposed, they engage in denial and cover-up. as far as judicial authorities are concerned, instead of investigating allegations of torture and other violations against detainees, they also tend to become complicit in the systematic repression, not only by authorizing the demands of the interrogators and providing absolute impunity for them, but also by bringing serious charges against those who publicize and protest against those violations. I stop here, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Nayeri, there has been provisions in Iranian law which, although defined under the criminal code, are vague and generally undefined. There are crimes such as waging war or muharebe against God, ifsad fil arz, creating corruption on earth, and recently the publicity against the regime, which are not precisely defined by the legislator or by the, in case of muharebe and ifsad, the religious texts are also inconclusive on what the definitions means. What is the impact of that sort of vague crimes, which in all cases carry a very heavy sentence, as it on the judicial process and the rights of the accused?
Okay, thank you. That's absolutely true. Although in the new penal code, they tried to make these types of crimes more precise by explaining them in more precise terms, dividing, for example, muharebe and ifsad fil arz. So each of those are now given separate articles. And the problem now, in addition to vagueness, as much as vagueness, it is also the broad spectrum of activities or actions that fall within those crimes. So they cover a wide range of activities that are completely unrelated, but all of them are considered, any of those, whether financial, some of them are economic, some of them are financial activities, as well as any acts of arson, all of them, for example, fall within the definition of corruption on earth or ifsad fil arz. So it is as much as problematic, the vagueness, also the wide range of activities that are covered by those. And the problem, the additional problem on top of all of that is that if there is anything that is not covered or is not included in those articles or is not included in the penal code, for example, there is a gateway open to Islamic Sharia. So anything that is not codified or is not included in the penal code, there is a possibility that the person can be convicted according to the rules of Islamic Sharia. So that gateway is always open.
And when you refer to Islamic Sharia, that is never a clear guide, is it? Because you have majority rule, minority rule, and then, of course, in Iran, the rule or the fatwa by the religious leaders, including the leader of the Islamic Republic. Would that add to the complication and vagueness of these crimes?
That is the inherent vagueness and complexity of Islamic Sharia that will be added to all that vagueness and complexity of codified penal laws. So it is true, and this is what have been creating all sorts of problems throughout the last 4.5 decades, because, as you said, there is no single version of Islamic Sharia, or there is no one interpretation. although in practice, courts have been trying to follow as much as they could or give priority to the views of the supreme leader of the time. Previously, Ayatollah Khomeini, now Ayatollah Khamenei. So if they have any views on any certain issue, their view would prevail. So courts would regard them as the dominant view under Islamic Sharia. But on other issues, there's a range of views within Islamic jurisprudence, so it is not always clear which view would prevail, which interpretation would the court would decide to follow.
If we move on to another subject, Iran is a member of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And I assume Iran joined either 1974 or 1975 to this.
Before the revolution, yeah.
Are you aware of any steps being taken for Iran's breaches of this treaty?
Sorry, say that the last sentence again, please. Could you repeat the last sentence?
Are you aware of any steps that have been taken in connection with of Iran's continued breach of this treaty?
There are limited steps that can be taken. Because Iran is a member of that treaty, they have the obligation to report, to regularly report on their compliance with the treaty. So, but the question is, do they? And the answer is no. They don't regularly report on that. The last time they reported was maybe 9 years ago. So, and ever since, there is an outstanding reporting obligation on the side of the Iranian authorities, but they have failed to submit any further reports. And even though last year it was due, there was communication sent by the Human Rights Committee to the Islamic Republic to remind them about their obligation to report on their obligations under ICCPR, but they found a way not to submit the report for all sorts of excuses.
I have two more short questions. My first question is in connection with the shared obligation of the ministers and the leader. I think the Constitution provides under Articles 112 and 137 for joint and several responsibility of ministers and those in charge of the country regarding the breaches they make of Iranian law. Can you please explain what is the position as a matter of Iranian law for this joint and several responsibility?
They form, ministers, they form this body or entity, if you can call them, called cabinet. But it doesn't have that status or joint responsibility. They have certain legal status. They can adopt certain regulations. So, and for that, but each individual is only responsible to the president and also to the parliament for their actions. So it depends on what sorts of responsibility we are talking about. The main type of responsibility they have is to parliament, and they can be questioned by members of parliament, or there can be a vote of no confidence if there is a serious issue in the eye of parliament.
Thank you, Dr. Nairi. I don't have any further questions. The panel may have questions for you.
Thank you, Dr. Nairi. Just a few questions, please, in relation to the facts that we are considering. And from your report, it's clear that you've reviewed the practices in relation to the protests. Is that correct? The arrest, detention practices?
I have commented generally on the practice of arrest and arrest warrants, etc., not necessarily limited to protests, but protest is one of the contexts that arrest can take place. But it's only one of those contexts.
Thank you. Can you clarify, please, under what framework would arrests taking place within the context of protests fall? Is this a security framework? Is it or a criminal code violation? Could you explain what framework would be applicable and what bodies or authorities would normally have the obligation or the role of arrest?
Thank you. Yes. As we said, one of the contexts that an arrest can take place is in the context of protests, so that is in the street, as opposed to arresting someone in their place of residence or work, or when someone is summoned to the authorities and they decide to keep them. So in the context of protests, the decision to arrest rests with all those who have the authority to arrest, and they are given this authority by law. So according to the Code of Criminal Procedure, all commanders, officers, rank and file police officers who have received the required training, they are allowed and they are given this power to arrest and detain individual in the case of evident crimes. So if they see an offense, they have the authority, legal authority, to make the arrest. But in addition to all of those police officers, there are also besieged paramilitary forces. There are officials of the Ministry of Intelligence. They are included in the list are also IRGC forces. So all of them have equal powers to arrest people. And this is also in the case of evident crimes, which are not always clear and they are not always followed. So even if a crime may not be evident, they may interpret it as evident and then proceed with an arrest. So those are the officials that have the legal power. And in terms of how they can proceed and make the arrest, there are certain provisions in the Criminal Procedure Code that sets out what are their obligations in terms of the rights of the person. For example, it is said, the law says that they have to inform the person about their rights and what happens next in the following hours or days, what are their obligations in terms of surrendering this person to judicial authorities and ask for authorization and permission from judicial authorities.
Thank you. And following on from the arrest, so we can imagine individuals, alleged protesters or whatnot, were subject to an arrest. They were taken somewhere. Within the context of the protests, who would be the authorities who would be running or controlling the places in which the individuals were taken in the context of the protests?
It can be any of those forces. It can be the police, it can be RGC, it can be besieged forces, it can be Ministry of Intelligence, it can be any of those forces. And all of them, as we know, and I have explained in my report, they run their own facilities. Some of them are official detention centers, some of them are safe houses. Nobody knows about them apart from those running those places. So it is a question of which force, and it's a question of whether they decide to transfer this person to a safe house, to their own facilities, or surrender them to judicial authorities, to official detention centers.
And in practice, is there cooperation between the different authorities in taking those types of decisions?
Sometimes it is cooperation, sometimes it is rivalry and competition. So it is difficult to explain, to describe that sort of relationship as cooperation all the time. So for certain types of crimes or certain types of protests, maybe the RGC wants to have the upper hand and act quicker, arrest more people and have the control. Sometimes it's the other forces. It depends who is the main force dealing with that.
And if I may, moving forward to the next level of the procedure, which would be, one would imagine, the individuals coming before some judicial authority to either confirm the ongoing nature of their arrest or release, though, of course, the panel has heard a variety of evidence on when or if that occurs. But if we, for a second, assume that it would occur, is it a single judicial authority, or does the judicial authority depend on the authorities who were responsible for the arrest?
Okay. Again, it is something that it depends. It depends on the location, for example. It depends whether it is a small town or a big town, or how long that force, either police or IRGC or whatever, they want to interrogate those individuals themselves, or they want to hand over to judicial authorities. Sometimes it's not just handing them over, it is asking permission or being authorized to continue with the interrogation or authorities. So in some cases, the individual is handed over to judicial authorities and the rest are done by judicial authorities. The questioning, the issuing of bail or detention order or any further judicial decision. But in some cases, it is the case that those forces would only inform judicial authorities, and in, I would say, almost all cases, they receive the permission to carry on and conduct the interrogations themselves. So they are being delegated or authorized to carry out the interrogations themselves. So it depends on that.
Thank you. And are you able to comment on the relationship between the judicial authorities and the detaining bodies and the degree of independence that they may hold or not?
In general, it can be, I mean, it's a general description. This is based on the, what I have witnessed over the years. Most judicial authorities are very cooperative, to say the least, sometimes very obedient to the demands of security forces. So it is almost as if that anything they demand, anything those security forces demand, it goes. So it is very unlikely, very unusual for judicial authorities to disagree or disallow something that demand, whether it is renewing the detention order, whether it is rejecting the request by the individual, for example, to have access to the court file, or have access to lawyer or visitation, whatever that request is from the individual, whether the judicial authorities would agree with that, almost always depends on what is the view or opinion of the those security and intelligence forces. If they disagree, the judicial authority very likely would disagree.
Thank you. And if you permit me, just a few more questions. We've heard evidence today and in previous days about individuals coming or reporting to members of the judiciary their experiences of ill treatment, including torture. In those incidents, or there's one I'm thinking of in particular, the judges did not seek to intervene in relation to that situation, quite to the contrary. And in your experience of having reviewed, or your knowledge of this system, is that something which is a typical practice, or have we seen something which is quite unusual in our evidence?
It is typical in the sense that that is the typical approach of judges. However, there may be in some occasions, I have had cases like that I have, or my client have, claimed that they have been tortured. So the judge will listen to that, and they may agree to refer the individual to the medical, to the legal medicine organization, the forensic experts, in order to establish whether this individual has been tortured or not, etc. But then they know, or the security forces have already made sure that there are no signs, or they have released the person after the signs of torture have disappeared, or the wounds have healed, etc. Or they know, even if there is such a report, or it is confirmed, it can be easily rebuffed, because they may say the cause of this is unclear. There is no way of proving that this wound was caused during this certain period by this certain officer, for example. So even if they may show that they are following the rules, listening to this, or dealing with this complaint, they know that the end result is that the claim will be dismissed. So it's very safe for them. Even if they agree, they know that the outcome is not going to be that proves this person has been tortured. And sorry to interrupt, and they also, sometimes security forces will also do every attempt, anything in their power to manipulate that process if they can. So I have had cases where the medical report has been taken out of the court file. No one knows where it is, and medical authorities are no longer prepared to produce a second copy. So attempts like this are also very typical.
Thank you. And one more example, if you may. With respect to the process of a trial, which may follow from allegations, and as the evidence we've heard suggests, sometimes from confessions, we've heard that the trials have tended to be rather short. Is there anything you would like to comment on that? Is it something which is which aligns with your knowledge?
Yes, I think that is one of the things as a lawyer, or for legal profession in Iran, this has been very problematic, considering that lawyers are often prevented from intervening in the pre-trial stage. So by the point that your client or the individual reaches the trial stage, it is the first time you may be able to intervene in the legal proceedings. By that time, when you get the chance to intervene, you will see that your client has already confessed under whatever circumstances. They have already confessed to what they are accused of, and probably confessed to something even more than that. So there is very little you can do, because confession under the Iranian legal system is considered as the top of the hierarchy in terms of evidentiary standards and means of proof. So when you have confession, there is nothing to top that. There's nothing there is no additional proof that the court needs. So naturally, the hearing will be very brief because there is no need for anything else. The court doesn't see any need for anything else. They have what they need. It's a confession. That's all that they need. So very straightforward conviction, unless there is anything you want to challenge and unless the court allows that. Otherwise, it's a serious problem for lawyers to make sure that they can effectively defend their clients, because this means there's very little they can do.
And in your experience, has this resulted in miscarriages of justice?
I think in all of the cases that reaches the that are dealt with by the revolutionary court, sometimes by criminal court, all of those cases that have this nature of security related or national security, there is an element of that. It's very likely that it happens, and it has happened in all cases I have been involved or been aware of.
Thank you, Dr. Nayeri.
Justice Jacob.
Thank you, Dr. Neri. I had no questions to ask initially because I found your report persuasive and very good, and I have no report on it. There are two issues, though. One that has arisen during the evidence, during the questions that were asked of you, and the other, some help which we need, which I'm sure, which I'd like to see whether you can help me with. But I must say that the understanding of the relationship between the provisions of laws and their interpretation, the contributions of the judiciary, the subjective and objective levels of interpretation, in all those matters, I found myself resonating with you. The issue that I need to ask you about has nothing to do with your report, but there is a way out for me from your report. You say that that police may restrict rights concerned with detention and fair trial and so on if they think it is necessary. And I would agree completely that if that is the test, it's a very problematic test, which is highly complicated. But that takes me to another law, and I wondered whether you had any cases, knowledge of any actual cases, instead of just an off the top of your head opinion. There is a law, and I forget the name, or you might even remember it. It's concerned with assembly, and it says that the police may use force or firearms when necessary. Now, I don't know whether that is exactly what it says, because obviously if it says when they think it is necessary, it's a different thing. Are there any cases which deal with that law which we could look at, or which you could tell us about, or which you have personal knowledge of, about the way in which the word necessary is interpreted in that context?
Okay, thank you. Let me find that law. This is I assume, I suppose you're referring to the law of resorting to...
but to deal with people. I hope one of my colleagues find it. I didn't prepare for this question. I thought about it now. But there is a law which says that firearms can be used only when necessary. But I wonder whether we'd leave it here. I could let the prosecution know which law it is, or they can tell you which law it is. And if you can just provide a note of the cases that deal with this term, it will help me a great deal.
Well, so, I'm aware of the law. It's in front of me. And although in terms of cases...
Yeah. How have your courts have interpreted the law which says you can only use firearms when necessary? Because as far as I'm concerned, necessary is necessary. It's not necessary, you can't use it. And necessary for me is a strict standard. It's not desirable or something. And I wondered whether your courts have given a soft meaning to necessary, like equating it with desirable or, and words like that, or has it given a strict and hard meaning to necessary?
Okay. In this law, there are a number of references to situations where there is no other way.
Yeah.
Right. So one of them perhaps is Article 4, when say law enforcement forces, in order to control demonstrations and protests or dealing with riots, they can resort to firearms if it is not possible to control those situations without resorting to firearms.
Right.
So I think this is one of the key phrases, provisions in this
law.
No,
I agree with you on that completely. My only position was, have courts ruled on the thing, do you know? Or can we find out? Because if a court has said something about it, we would like, as a commission, not to ignore that.
I don't know of any courts ruling on this. At this moment, I need to check.
Well, if that's not asking you for too much. And just finally, one more throwaway comment. My experience is that the idea of having 5 or 6 or 7 authorities which are responsible for the same thing is that opportunistically they could arrest somebody and blame each other so that you don't know where the person is and where he is arrested. That used to happen in our country very often in those days. It's a very, very convenient tactic. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nayeri. I also found your testimony very helpful, but I'm still having some opaque bits of the law, if I may clarify. One of the things you mentioned is the idea that there is effectively the Constitution, there's a set of laws, but then there is what you referred to as a gateway to Sharia. Why do you think, and this is just an opinion, so please feel free not to respond, but I just wanted to know whether you thought there was a reason to put in place all that infrastructure of law if you've got Sharia as well, because as I'm sure you're aware, there are countries who have not gone through that process of putting in place a constitution and laws before they resort to Sharia. So what is your thinking of the rationale for putting in place those laws when ultimately you can fall back on the vagueness of the Sharia?
All right, thank you. You need to consider that those laws have come a long journey from the early days of the Islamic Revolution. In the beginning, there were only Sharia laws, and there were courts. Many of those revolutionary courts would act not according to the law, because they believed those laws from the previous regimes were unlawful and they didn't want to follow them anymore. So they started giving those rulings and making decisions based on jurisprudential views and fatwas of the supreme leader at the time. So in their view, Islamic Sharia according to their supreme leader. So from that time to now, there have been developments in terms of codification of new laws that would take into account those Islamic rules. And in certain areas of law, like qisas, or retribution, like diya, or compensation of blood money, etc., or hudud, they have been following them very strictly. It is very much copying and pasting in most cases. But in some cases, recently, that is something we witnessed when the new penal code was adopted, that certain crimes and certain punishments, for example, zanai mohsane, or adultery between married individuals, which was punishable by stoning to death, or certain, punishment like stoning to death. They tried to hide some of those punishments away. So instead of bringing them, all of them in the code, they just added one little provision saying that anything that is not covered here will be covered by Islamic Sharia. Although at the end they brought several of them back after they had to modify some of them because apparently it caused some problems, some controversy among religious fanatics in the country. But that seemed a clear motivation behind that. They tried to hide them away, although they exist, although they are enforceable, but they didn't want to put them in upfront in the law, in the penal code, because at the time the narrative or their view was they trying to show this nice face to the international community at the time. So it was an attempt to just hide the ugly bits or the ugliest bits away from the eyes of everyone.
Thank you. And in one of the examples you gave is the mention of diya, which has come up several times. I know that your testimony is focused more on detention, but if I may ask you a question about this, because it's not come across in the previous evidence. What is the legal status of diya under Iranian law? What is the legal status of blood money or diya under law? What is the legal status of diya or blood money in Iran?
Well, there are certain rules dealing with bodily injuries and death. And death can be either intentional or unintentional. All of them are dealt with under rules of retribution and blood money, or qisas and diya. Anything that is not subject to rules of retribution are dealt under the rules of blood money. So blood money can be paid for someone's death or any bodily injury. And there are fixed rules about blood money that are copied and pasted from Islamic sources to the penal code. And there's a chapter, separate chapter in the penal code that deals with blood money. So blood money is available to anyone who is suffered from any bodily injury, or to the family of the victim if there is a death. And the amounts are fixed, and it is considered as punishment, but it has this dual nature. It is punishment and compensation. So it is not just a monetary compensation, it is only considered as a punishment. So the person who pays blood money is considered to have also been punished. So there is nothing more they need to do, or there is no further sentence they had to go through.
So in the evidence we've heard, when the state has offered diya, is that an acknowledgement of their responsibility in the death?
There are certain cases that the state takes the responsibility to pay blood money instead of the actual perpetrator. So one of those cases is where the individual is killed, but no one knows, and the state cannot find the killer. So if this happens in a public place, there is this provision under the penal code that it is the responsibility of the state. It says if a dead body is found in a public street, a public road, and the attempts are made, investigations are made, that they have reached nowhere, and if the killer is not found, then it is the responsibility of the state. So it is one of those examples that the state pays the compensation. There are provisions for armed forces, the police, RGC, etc., that is another example of when they have, in cases when they have followed the rules of resorting to firearms, but someone, an innocent person, is killed regardless of their following with the rules. If an innocent person is killed, there are provisions for the state paying the money instead of the officer who shot that individual. So, or maybe it's not clear who shot them, but it's clear that they were shot by the police officers. So the idea is that it wasn't this person is not personally liable. There's no criminal liability in the first place. There's no personal liability in terms of paying the compensation because they killed the wrong person or it was innocent. In these cases, the state pays the compensation. So there are certain situations we can have this liability.
So in this last example, am I right to read into that, well, then it's less of the punishment element and more of the compensation element in that balance? Because if the state is saying this was an error, effectively, our officer did everything right and an innocent person got killed, there is no attribution of blame and therefore punishment. There's no punitive element to that. It is a purely compensatory element?
I would think so, because as I said, there is this dual nature to blood money, but in some cases, one of those natures is more dominant. So in this case, in such cases, perhaps the compensation part is the dominant nature of blood money rather than the punitive one.
And in the evidence we've heard, there's often a link drawn, whether intentionally or unintentionally, between the payment of blood money and martyr status for the person killed. Is that something in law, or is that just an understanding of the victims we've spoken to?
I think that's law. Law clearly says that. I don't have that on top of my mind, but it follows from what I described in terms of if there is this situation when the law is followed, but an innocent person has been killed in the exchange of fire, for example, between the officers and officials and the other groups, whatever they are, armed rebels or as the law describes them. If someone, innocent person, is killed in the exchange, then there is this possibility to pay them blood money.
And is there an understanding in the law that if you accept the blood money, that is the end of that process, and therefore it's settled as a legal matter?
In most cases, it is. It is still possible if this goes to the court. The court has the discretion in the case of in the case that someone has died, in the case of death or murder, if it is intentional and if the court decides, even though the offender pays the blood money and it should be the end of the matter, court has the discretionary power to impose up to 10 years of imprisonment if they see that this caused a breach of public order, for example. So it was a serious crime. They don't want this person to go unpunished. So, but that's the maximum they can, and it is discretionary, and they don't use it very often, not against their own officials. So it is something that they may occasionally use in very exceptional cases. Apart from those cases, when the blood money is paid, that is supposedly the end of the matter. And the offender walks free.
That's very helpful. My next set of questions is around the relationship of the bodies that you mentioned have the authority to arrest people. Is there any hierarchy between them that we should be aware of? I know they all have equal powers to arrest, but what is the relationship between the police, the IRGC, the Basij, and the Ministry of Intelligence? Can one, for example, demand the handing over of a person because they're more senior, or are they sitting on the same level in the diagrams we've been seeing?
I don't think there are written rules. So there are unwritten rules in terms of who is more powerful. whether is the police or RGC or others, or Minister of Intelligence. Police is out of question when RGC is on the ground. So if there is Minister of Intelligence, probably they are also out of question because the RGC usually has the upper hand. Unless there is a decision by higher ranking authorities from the National Security Council that this incident, let's call the whole issue about the November, for example, let's call this one incident, they may decide that this issue or any other issue or incident is going to be dealt by Minister of Intelligence. They are in charge. Mm-hmm. Unless there is such a decision, then it is left to them to see there is this power play between them, there is competition between them, and it depends who gets there first or who have the main suspects, or sometimes they both deal with this. Some of them have, and it depends. At the end, maybe some of the high-ranking authorities may intervene. They decide, okay, hand over all of those suspects to the other body. So there's I don't think there's any fixed answer or hierarchy to this. It depends on the nature of that situation, whether, for example, it is espionage, something related to nuclear weapons, or it is about armed forces, or protests, public protests, etc. It depends on the topic, it depends on that particular situation, and the power play between those forces.
And am I right that they all, at least nominally, sit under the Ministry of Interior?
Sorry, say it again.
Am I right to understand that they all sit under the Ministry of Interior?
They don't. Okay. IRGC is one of the armed forces.
Okay, sorry, that's fine.
It is directly under the Supreme Leader. So,
sorry, that was my error. Yeah. I'm glad you're here.
And Minister of Intelligence is a separate ministry. Yeah. So they are also separate, and they are in the hierarchy of political power, they are under the president.
Okay. And then you also suggested that a lot of them have their own facilities. Some might be officials, others might be unofficial places of detention, safe houses, etc. Do you have any indication, or have you seen any studies that reflect the kind of people that end up in the different locations, or the prevalence of one over the other? Or is that too difficult to, or too ambiguous to be able to tell something about?
I don't think there is any comprehensive research or study on that, because it is very difficult. You know, many of those people who have been transferred and kept in safe houses, well, they can tell you they were in a safe house. They cannot tell you where it was. And in many other cases, there's very little evidence, or very little publicly available evidence to do any proper research on that. So it is difficult. Although from the accounts and testimonies of victims, you may try to find out some patterns to see certain individuals. It's very likely that they would be transferred to a safe house, for example, first and interrogated, and then. So it is possible, but sometimes it is so arbitrary and so random, it is very difficult to find any principle, any functioning rule here.
And I have two more questions. One is, we've heard a lot about orders being given from at the sort of provincial Security Council level or above that, and that being disseminated down to the forces. Is there anything in the law that specifies that chain of command, like that sort of line manager role? I think that we heard at one point of how such an order would disseminate to the people that are on the front line of a protest.
I need to check the specific laws, but that is the law that all of these security councils, the local security councils, are under the supervision of the National Security Council. I'm not talking about the Supreme National Security. That's a body even higher than that. So all of these local councils are under this National Security Council, which is headed by the Minister of Interior, right? So, and that is how hierarchy works. When we say there is this hierarchy, when there is an order by the person or body at the top of this hierarchy, it comes down and it needs to be implemented by the relevant individuals. If it is addressed to local security councils, if it goes all the way throughout the country, or is it specific province or specific city, depending on those variations. But at the end, when there is order, it comes down through the chain, and all of them, all the relevant people are, that order is addressed to them, they are responsible for implementing that order.
Thank you. And a completely unrelated question. We've seen in some of the evidence reliable reports or death certificates from the forensic medicine department. Are you able to comment about the independence of that department or its reliability? Because it seems to be that it's been very helpful in some of the evidence we've seen. And is there anything for us to draw from that? Are they slightly more independent than I know they are, for example, in the country I come from?
Yes. Because of the type of hierarchy we have under judiciary, because they are not under those deputies or officers or under those the court system, so they are, and there's a reason they are called organizations. So forensic medicine or legal medicine, as they call themselves, organization. So they are given some degree of independence. So they run their own organization, and they are run by doctors, basically. So they're not judicial authorities, they're not judges, prosecutors, etc. So usually they may have reservations. They may have reservation in terms of not telling the whole truth, but sometimes they're very frank. Not always. It depends on that particular individual that writes the reports. They may be more truthful than others, so it depends. There is some, at personal level, there may be some variations. But it is difficult to say they are completely independent. Of course, they're not. And they have all sorts of considerations, reservations, and all reasons why they may not give the whole truth. But in terms of medical expertise, they are reasonably good experts.
Thank you very much.
I've got just a few questions. I won't keep you long. Paragraph 41 of your report, which deals with due process and fair trial rights. You describe there Article 303 of the CPC, the revolutionary courts and their jurisdiction. Now, and you list there the type of offences which are dealt with by the revolutionary court. Enmity against God, corruption on earth, crimes against national and external security. So we shouldn't be surprised then when most of the protest alleged offences were dealt with by the revolutionary court. That's what you would predict according to practice and principle, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on the situation. If the authorities consider that the police is capable of handling the situation, it may not be, or for any other reason, the motivation why they may not do this or they may decide otherwise is something else, is a separate question. But for whatever reason, they may decide that the police is going to handle this certain situation, not the Ministry of Intelligence or RGC. If there is such a decision, then it will be the police. It won't be others unless there is a need, unless occasionally in certain situations there is a need for other forces to intervene. For example, in certain provinces or certain cities, the police may be overwhelmed or they are not capable of handling the situation, so there may be another force joining them.
Okay. Should we take anything from the fact that, as you've concluded, most individuals prosecuted over their participation in the November 2019 protests were tried in front of a revolutionary court? You've made reference there to some being tried in front of the criminal courts, but most in front of the revolutionary courts. Is that significant? Is that indicative of anything?
Sorry, I think I misunderstood your question in my previous answer. Yes, that's the situation. That is where most, if not all, cases were decided. Although, as I said, there can be this possibility, and there have been cases of double jeopardy when the person is...
But no, my question is, according to you, was a decision then made, if you don't know, you don't know, but was a decision made then that the protest should be dealt with as a general rule under the revolutionary courts rather than the criminal courts?
Oh, that, it doesn't work like that, because at the prosecutor's office deals with all cases, and then decide if there is if this case falls within the jurisdiction of revolutionary court, then they refer it to that court. Otherwise, it can be ordinary criminal court.
So they're looking at the offence that they say has been committed, and in this case they say, well, the protests are in some way against God or in some way against the state, therefore the likelihood is they end up in front of the revolutionary courts.
Yes, that decision comes at a later stage in the proceedings.
Okay.
After it is established or after they are charged with certain crimes and there is an indictment. So if those charges are of these types of crimes, then the case will be heard by the revolutionary court. Okay. If it is just, for example, theft, it was a protester looting, simple looting or theft, then it won't be, it can be, depending on how they interpret it, but according to law, there is a possibility that the case can be heard by criminal court rather than revolutionary court. But in most cases, it would be reasonable to think, and it was the case, that most cases were dealt with by revolutionary court.
Okay. And the revolutionary courts, are there particular institutions which run those courts? We've heard, obviously, about the different groups we're talking about here. Is any one of them more dominant in those courts? Who runs them?
They're part of the judiciary. They're part of the court system under the judiciary. So, and since 2 decades ago, they are also following the same procedural rules as other courts. Previously, they had their own procedures. Now they follow the same rules, although they have this exclusive jurisdiction in dealing with these certain crimes. So they are run by the judiciary. They're part of the judiciary.
Well, let me just qualify my question. Would you expect, for example, to find in the revolutionary court the police as prosecutors, or IRGC, or another group? Is there a predominance of one institution rather than others?
All of those forces, all of those law enforcement forces act as law enforcement forces. So, and when the case reaches the court, depending on which one of those forces have carried out the investigation, they can be influential in terms of producing report, attending court hearing as an expert, because the court may call them to explain. They call themselves expert witnesses. So let me put it this way, that all all of them have different levels of influence on the court, but probably IRGC and Ministry of Intelligence have more influence on the court, on the decision of the court. All the interim decisions, preliminary decisions, or the final conviction and sentencing, etc.
Okay, thank you. Now, just a few more questions. You said, you testified that it's rare that the judicial authorities would do something not wanted, let's say, by the security system.
Could you tell me the paragraph number?
You said it in testimony a few minutes ago. You said it's very unusual for judicial authorities to disagree with the edicts, effectively, from the security system.
Yes.
Let me just, would you expect the security system, or rather than what you would expect, what do you know? Is the security system more involved with the revolutionary courts than it is with the ordinary criminal courts? Or it depends on a case-by-case basis?
No, they are more involved because of the nature of those crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Because other crimes are considered as ordinary crimes, they're dealt predominantly by the police. It's only within about these types of crimes that those forces like RGC and Ministry of Intelligence are predominantly involved. It is more likely that they will handle the case. So they are more present and they are more influential in these cases as a result of that.
And you're talking about the Ministry of Intelligence when we're talking about the security service?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So I just want to understand just a little bit more about the system. Let's say a civilian citizen gets arrested for shoplifting and they go through the criminal court. Is there a difference here between the level of fairness that they can expect as compared to, say, if you go through the revolutionary court on a charge of corruption on earth or armed rebellion against the state? Is one close to due process and one not? Or how do you see it?
Perhaps we can divide two types of cases. In one group of cases, there is individual against the state. In other cases, it's individual against other individuals or other private victims of that crime. So when you make that distinction, then only those crimes that are seen as crimes against the state, and when the offender or suspect is considered as the enemy of the state, it is those types of cases that we are more concerned about in terms of fair trial and violations of the right to fair trial and due process. However, it doesn't mean that in all other cases fair trial rights and due process standards are followed. No, it's not the case, and there are many violations of those rights, especially, yes, shoplifting may be a minor crime. If it is a more serious, even though it's not a crime against the state, but maybe armed robbery against bank robbery or something serious, a serious burglary or very violent crime, they are dealt with by certain departments in the police. They're called agahi. So they use the same thing. They are as brutal and as violent. So torture is also very prevalent there. So it is not only used against those that are deemed as enemy of the state. Mm-hmm. In ordinary crimes, also depending on the seriousness of the crime, we have the same types of issues.
Okay. So two last questions. One, if during a pretrial hearing an individual is tortured and then confesses, is there an opportunity to challenge the confession at the trial stage? And do any individuals accused ever do so with any success?
I don't know about the statistics or likelihood of success, but some of the cases I have been involved, they have all been unsuccessful. because, as we discussed, the court either doesn't allow it at all,
doesn't allow the challenge,
doesn't hear anything. They don't want to hear anything about this. Or if there is a torture, there has been torture, the individual it is not likely that the individual will speak up because they are already threatened by their interrogators that if you speak up, we will make sure that you will get a very harsh sentence. So forget about mentioning torture, anything about violation of rights. Just go to the hearing and come back, and you will receive a sentence. If you say anything more than that, we'll make sure you get a very harsh sentence.
And they can do so? They can make that happen?
Yes, that's what we discussed about their influence on the judge, that they have influence on the final outcome as well, about any other decisions, pre-trial or during trial decisions on bail, on visitation, on right to health care, etc.
Thank you. Last question. Have you any insight into whether anybody arrested during these protests was ever acquitted when going to trial?
I'm not aware of any case, but I have not considered all cases, so forgive me.
Thank you. No, I won't push you. Thank you very much. I think Justice Yaqub's got one question.
Sorry to bother you again, but instead of asking you a series of questions, I'll just put one proposition to you and you can comment and say whether you agree. We might go a lot more quickly. We're talking about blood money. In this case, the unusual thing is that the police people have been offering blood money unasked. Blood money on the condition of getting silence. And my own experience is that states normally don't offer things unasked. And they generally wait for claims and wait for court decisions and so on. And in this case, it's even worse because like in the old South Africa, courts are more likely to decide in favor of the government, and therefore there's no need for the state to pay. And therefore, I'm wondering whether the inference that there is a voluntary offer of blood money in this case, especially since there have been so many, is enough to draw the inference, not necessarily that they plead guilty alone, but that they want to ensure that the thing is kept quiet. That is the real reason. Sorry for such a complex proposition, but if you'd care to comment on that.
Okay. Thank you. I think that it can be the real reason, although it may not be the only reason, but it can be the real reason. And in these cases, it's very likely the reason, because although I have to explain, when blood money is offered, it doesn't mean that the police can pay the blood money. It means the person has to make a complaint, but very quietly, and the court will give the decision. But the person should. They demand is the person should do this very quietly in terms of not accusing anyone, just claiming that our family member or the victim was killed, and we are making no claim about anyone. We are not accusing any individual, among the state officials. So we just are claiming our right under this provision that gives us right to claim blood money in such cases when there is no one, for example, found to be responsible.
What's happened here is a lot more difficult, because here the authorities did not even wait for claims. They offered the blood money without a claim for blood money on the condition of silence. Some refused the blood money on the basis that they refused to be silent and they wanted justice, and others I think some people did accept it, though I would not like to say so and throw a bad light upon them. But that's why I draw the inference that the motivation behind the payment here, because you don't even wait for a claim as a state, you offer the blood money on the basis that people must keep quiet. That's not a genuine offer of remorse or blood money, is it?
I don't know these situations, so it's a case-by-case decision. It is not, obviously, it is hush money, or how do you describe it? It's just paid to keep the person quiet. The only concern, the only thing I want to comment is that even though it is offered, it needs to go through certain procedures. They need to follow and go to court and give the court order in order for the blood money to be paid at the end. So there are certain proceedings that needs to be followed for that blood money to be paid. But the offer at that stage is the unofficial offer, and if they accept it, it means they can go through that process. Probably it will be very quick proceedings, because the authorities can arrange for this to be done very quickly because they have accepted their offer and they are keeping quiet in the meantime. But I would also think that they wouldn't pay the blood money unless they are sure that the person will keep quiet.
Sorry, so we must now investigate, this is for our counsel, whether in the cases where blood money was paid, there was a procedure or there wasn't. But thank you very much for your help.
No worries. One perhaps very quick comment on that. Sometimes individuals are not fully aware of the legal proceedings behind the scene. They only know that they are being told at the end, sign here, or go, or give us the bank account number, or go and do this and do that. So they're not fully aware of what's going on in the background. They may only know that they are offered this money. So I assume the legal way of doing things, although I wouldn't be surprised if this is not followed in some of these cases, but the legal way of doing these requires following certain procedures.
Thank you very much. I think we've kept you much longer than we should have. Thank you.
No more questions from the panel. Thank you.
I don't have any more questions, but I know we are running very late, but Dr. Nairi, in paragraph 36 of his report, which is at your page 345, had referred to a video which is been obtained by hacking the CCTV of Evin prison by a group called Adalat Ali. The video is available, and if you would like to have a look, it's presently being there. It may contain scenes that some find very disturbing. Please show the video. Thank you, Dr. Nairi.
Dr. Nairi, thank you very much for your report and your evidence, which I'm absolutely sure is very useful for the panel. We appreciate the time you've spent.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next witness is witness 110, which can be found on page 363, and her name is Fatima Hoshru. Three, 363, page 363. Hi, Ms. Hoshru, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Madam Witness, thank you for attending to testify. Could I ask that you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
If you wait there, there'll be questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
Before you begin your testimony, we have a video we'd like to show. And this was you at the protest, correct?
Yes, it is correct.
We can start with, can you tell us what led, the events that led up to your arrest on November 16th?
On 16th of November, since our house is close to one of these squares in Lorestan province called Imam Square, I heard a lot of noise out there. It was about 10 a.m. when I left home. Our house is only 1 or 2 minutes away from the square. I realized that many taxi drivers were sitting on the ground around the square, and there was a bus station in which a number of ladies were standing. And then I saw some people were holding placards, and they were saying that they don't want petrol at such and such price. And then I realized that everybody was protesting against the increase in the petrol prices.
And then what happened? Did you join the protests?
Yes, there were a number of people there. Of course, before we went there, a number of people gave us masks. The population was increasing. There was a gentleman over there who was asking and insisting that we should have masks. And he said that he was a taxi driver. He was saying, "What are you scared of? You can even talk. You can talk with masks and stay here till 12, and then we will see what decision has been made, whether the petrol prices would change or not." A thought sparked in my mind. I thought that if we stay in this square apart from the trees, nobody would hear us. And therefore, I told the individuals present there that we should move and go towards the office of the representative of the leader. And we should gather over there. There is no use protesting in the square. Some welcomed my proposal. After me and a number of other ladies led the protests, first we were a small number of people. Every individual was saying what they thought and had their own propositions. But I became the leader of the group, and with the help of another gentleman who was chanting slogans and I was repeating it, we called on other people to join us so that the population would increase and to get to the point that we want.
Ask you to slow down just a little bit so the interpreter can catch up with you. So what led to your arrest? On that day you were arrested, so tell us what happened.
When we were walking forward, there were a large number of plainclothes officers who had walkie-talkies or had weapons underneath their clothes. They stopped us and they used very obscene language against us. They say, why did I become alpha? Why did I become the leader? Why did I cause unrest? Why was I leading the youth? I talked to one of them and I told them that they were not allowed to film us. And he put his hand on a weapon and he said that when I take you to my base, I will let you know how to behave. And finally, we got to a crossroad. There was only 2 to 3 minutes away from the Supreme Leader's representative's office. A few people came around us and said that the representative of the Supreme Leader is not in his office and we should go to the Governor General's office. So half of the population just dispersed and returned. But me, along with a number of other people, went to the Governor General's office. When we got to the Governor General's office, a person who was filming was on the roof, and there was some other group of forces on the roof with shields. And I went to the Governor General's office. I took off my mask and I held my hands up and showing victory. We said that we don't want this government, we don't want high prices, we did not choose the Islamic Republic, and I went back, sat in my place. A gentleman after that went to where I was standing. Then I saw that another gentleman with a baton, which was covered with something that I don't know, hit that gentleman on the head and blood just started flowing. I heard someone crying. When I turned to look in behind me, I saw that one of the ladies who was next to me was being arrested. When I turned my head back, I just realized that I was being beaten by being kicked and punched, and I received some very bad treatment.
And so why did they arrest you? Was it after they started beating you that they arrested you?
While they were beating me, they forced me into a car. They arrested all of us. It was about 12 o'clock on 16th of November. I don't know. I don't remember. When I was in the car, I could not remember. I was just shouting that I cannot see anywhere. I'm blinded. One of the officers said that you had swear the leader, and he was using very sexual, obscene words against me. He had put the pepper spray close to my nose and eye, and I could not control myself, and I vomited. The car was speeding away. I didn't know where I was going. I just realized that we entered a base because there was one talking on the walkie-talkie that we brought her, opened the door. And then I was taken up the stairs by 2 men who had taken my hands. I didn't know where I was going. I was just climbing the stairs. Then they told me to mention my name. And there was one individual over there who had burnt a newspaper for another lady who was arrested before me so that she would not be able to breathe properly because of the smoke. And that smoke also helped the pepper spray's effect go down. I realized that that was the IRGC's base.
Okay. Were they asking you questions, or did they ask you, what were they doing to you there at the base?
They kept us in a corridor for 2 to 3 hours. They were just beating us and punching us and kicking us. Finally, I realized that the boys who were with us, they were all brought there. They were all bloody on the face and head. Then we were forced into a cell. It was a room that seemed to have been recently built because the plaster was still fresh on the walls and the floor was cement. And we were placed in that cell. After an hour, when we felt a bit better and we could open our eyes a bit more, one by one we were taken to special rooms for interrogation.
What was the nature of the interrogation? Were they asking you questions about your involvement in the protest?
Yes, they were asking us who had paid us. They told us that we had gone there by the order of Pentagon. They were beating us, and they said that confess that you have gone to Israel, you've been trained, what you're doing is based on plan. That's why you were leading the population and you were bringing them here. They were asking us to confess who we have received money from, where did we go to America, where did we go to Israel, and when did Pentagon invite us to be trained, to get training to lead the protests.
Okay, we have your statement, which is very detailed. So if there's anything else you'd like to present to us, and then after that, I'm going to let the panel ask you questions.
I should only say that during the 3 days that we were under the arrest of the IRGC, we were ill-treated. We were all frustrated and disappointed. We did not know where we were. We did not know how our family were, what our family were doing. Our mobile phones were taken from us, but they did not allow us to make any calls. We were immediately called hypocrites, mujahid. They said that we were the enemies of the revolution, the enemies of the republic. We felt really bad. And someone came to give us some medicine. And I told the ladies who were next to me that we should not take the medicine. We don't know what type of pills they are trying to give us. Therefore, we refrained from accepting any medicine from them.
Mr. Chair.
No questions, I think, from the panel.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Koshru.
Thank you very much for testifying. We've all read your statement, which is very detailed, which is why and we've just heard what you've said, which is why we didn't have questions for you. But we will take into account all that we've read and all that we've heard. Thank you very much for testifying on what is undoubtedly difficult issues for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this an appropriate time to have a short break?
Yes, it is. Should we take 15 minutes?
Thank you.
Thank you. Please sit. Thank you. I understand that the last witness is going to come back to deal with some further aspects of her testimony.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Chair, and I apologize because it was a misunderstanding between her and I.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Khoshru. How are you? Okay. I wanted to apologize.
Thank you.
Apologize for before because I apparently didn't ask the right question to get you to talk about what I wanted you to talk about. So if you could take us to the point in time when you were transferred between prisons and you ended up in Aban Prison, Ward 2A. Can you please tell the panel and the audience about what happened?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you and also the honorable judges that if there are any shortfalls in my testimony and if you need more questions, please ask them. I'll be happy to answer you. After 3 days that we were in the headquarters of the IRGC, they kept us for 1 week in the security police. And every single day from morning, they took us to interrogation, especially me. There were 3 or 4 other ladies, and they took them to interrogation every other day. But they took me every day, and they consistently asked me, you have to tell us who has paid you, what dissident groups have paid you, and you came to Iran 1 week before the protests, and who has paid you? I was living with my partner, and after a week that we were in the security police headquarters, and because they were short of space, and because there were other criminals, thieves, etc., they were also there, and the space was very little, they transferred us to the women's prison in Khorramabad, and I spent 18 days in the women's prison in Khorramabad. And there were no wards for political prisoners. There were the wards for general crimes. The situation was awful. Every day they took me to interrogation in Khorramabad. And first of all, they would beat me up. That's to say, they did not interrogate me. One day before beating me up first, the weekend in Iran is a Friday. And even a Friday, the IRGC would take me in a vehicle blindfolded. They would take me to the headquarters of the IRGC. They would beat me, they would interrogate me, they would torture me, and they continued it without stop. Even one day, they took me back to the prison, and the warden, the woman, was there. And I took off my clothes, and that person told this woman, why does this woman have so many scars on her body? Why do you take her and beat her up? And this person responded and said, you have no right to take this and write it in her file. And therefore, that other person is stopped. After 18 days, they said, we have to send you to Evin prison because experts have to interrogate you until you confess, because over here we are generalists, you will not confess. During this time, my family did not know anything about me. For 20 days almost, my family did not know anything about where I was. The courts, forensic medicine, the prisons. My mother went to all of those.
Madam, could you just slow down a little bit, because what you're saying is being interpreted, and it's really important that everyone follows.
Sure. And my mother went to court, and she saw somebody that she knew. And then this person told my mother that I was in the women's prison in Khorramabad. When they arrested me, and 2 days before they transferred me to Tehran, they gave me the right to have visitors and also to have a telephone call from behind the glass. And then I could talk to my mother, and I told her what had happened to me. And my mother saw in what situation I was. It was dire. I had lost weight. I did not look well. And when they transferred me to Tehran, they transferred me by plane, and very much in a security manner. That's to say, the security officials who were with me, they made fun of me. They said, look, you're so important that they escort you, all of them. And your escort is a very important escort. And they transferred me in that way to the detention center in Evin Tehran, 2A. The word was 2A. And I didn't know where this place was. And before I found out where this place was, they took me to a court, and it said Evin Court. They handcuffed me. They put cuffs on my ankles, and there was another woman who was supervising me, and they gave my file to a person that I did not know. I had never seen him, and they said that he's the person who's going to take care of your case. I decided that I wanted to talk to the judge, and I said so, and they said, no, you have no right to go to the talk to the judge. You are somebody who has opposed the Islamic regime. You have no such rights. Then they blindfolded me after this place, and they took me to a vehicle, and they transferred me somewhere else. They took a photo of me. They asked my name, my family name, and they gave me new clothing, that's to say trousers and a long overcoat and also a headscarf. And they put me in a cell, and afterwards they put my blindfold out, and then I realized that also there are other cells and there are other rooms in which people were in the same place that I was.
Do you remember what the charges were when you were taken to court?
They said that I had protested and also had sent films to dissident groups in Turkey.
So once you got placed in the cell, then what happened?
And the next day, I woke up, and a lady came to me, and she had a bag, and she gave me the bag and said, you have to wear the long overcoat, the headdress, cover your face, and come with me. And I was moving through different basements. I could feel it. I could feel that I was underground. And over there, they took me to a room. I was blindfolded and said, don't take it off. And right when I entered the room, they started beating me up. And I didn't know why they were beating me up. And they insulted me all this time. They said, you have to confess. You have to confess. Who paid you? Who paid you to come and make disturbances in the country?
And then what happened?
After the constant interrogations every day, it was every day, and I was beaten up every day. Such pressure was on me. After all this, one day they took me somewhere. From the morning when they took me, they said that we have the voices of your mother and your father, and they are pleading with us, and they want to know from where their daughter is transferred from Khorramabad. And they were playing the voices for me all the time, and they said, see what torture your family is going through, you have to confess. Where did you go to get training and then to come back to Iran and disturb the country? I really went through very difficult days. I was through tremendous pressure. I didn't know to what I had to confess. And I asked them, what am I to confess to? And they said, you know better than we do. Tell us, you must tell us why you came to this country. And they even made up charges and said that I have given money to every single protester, and I had told them to come and disturb the country.
Interrogators a mix of men and women, or were they all men?
They were all men, and only those who would take me to the special rooms were women, rooms in which I was beaten up. A few times I took off my blindfold. There were no cameras there, but in rooms where I was put in a chair and I had to answer their questions, there were cameras there. Even in my cell, there was a camera, and there were no sanitary facilities. There was only tap water, a shower, and a toilet, and the wall of the cell was so short that the camera could see me even if I was taking a shower, even if I was going to the toilet. And many times I protested and I said, why do you have to see me? And they said, you oppose the Islamic government and you have no rights to say whether we should look at you or not, see you or not.
And you talk about a specific interrogator. Did you have the same interrogator the whole time you were there? You would only know his voice?
Yes, the voice I always heard in Evin. There were 3 of them, but that was the interrogator who interrogated me more often than everybody else and asked me questions.
Your statement, you talk about the fact that they touched you. Can you talk about that, please? If you're comfortable.
Yes, surely. That person whose voice I always heard, he said, I am your judge, and until the time that I do not allow you, you will stay here. Whether it's 6 days, it will be 6 months, or it will be 6 years. I am the one who decides here. You have to tell us why you came to Iran. You have to forcibly confess to it. You must come to the camera and in front of the camera forcibly confess for what reason you came to Iran. But I asked, I said, why do I have to confess? Why do you force me to confess? And I was resisting it, and I didn't want to confess to anything in front of the camera. And one day, they took me to a room which was separated with a glass, and they said, okay, we have nothing else to do with you, and you're going to be returned to the city, you can go. I was very happy, and the woman who was my minder put a blindfold on me and took me somewhere else and took my blindfold off, and I looked and I saw there are no cameras in the room, and very obscenely she said, take your clothes off, give them to me, I'm going to go and bring you another set of clothes. I was really very worried, and I don't know why I was so stressed, and I did. I stripped. I took my clothes off, and then I saw that 5 men who all had hats on came to the small room where I had been placed, and they started touching my body. And the interrogator, whose voice I always heard, he was also with them. I couldn't say anything. I had contractions all over my body. I couldn't believe that this was happening to me. He said, if you had confessed, as we forced you to, this would not have happened to you. and he told the two of them, put her on the floor. And I pleaded with them. I said, please, whatever you say, I will do. Whatever you ask for, I will do. What must I do? I told them. Sorry.
Comfortable.
It was as if they killed me there with what they did. What was my sin? It was my only sin was that I was a protestant. I didn't want the price of petrol to go up. I didn't want Khamenei to be my leader. He's a terrorist, and his agents come and they call this kind of tribunal a terrorist tribunal, whereas from the very beginning of the Islamic Republic, they have committed and perpetrated many crimes. All the unrest in the Middle East is caused by them. Why? Why is it that they did this to me? And why is it they insulted me and said that I am a terrorist, whereas they are dipped in the blood of the honorable population of Iran? Our hands were empty. All the protesters, including myself, we did nothing. All these young people, all the mothers, they are suffering bereavement from their children. And yesterday I realized that it was not agreed that I come to this tribunal. I would have wanted to be present myself, but unfortunately it was not agreed to.
They knew details about your family. Can you tell us a little bit about that? They knew about your husband and... Go ahead.
Yes, they knew about my partner. They were controlling all the telephone calls to our house. And even one day they had taken my parents, my mother and my father, for interrogation. And they were telling them, you have to tell us where your daughter went abroad, where she was trained. Your daughter is a saboteur. And they would call them, and 3 days they interrogated me, and after they obtained the forced confession, they gave me sheets of paper that I had to keep them, and in front of the camera I had to confess. It took them 3 days how I had to do it so that they would accept it, because there were lots of people behind the cameras and behind me. After 3 days, when my confessions came to an end, they would take me they took me to my cell, as they would do every day, that they would take me to my cell, and out of it, and I went on a hunger strike for 10 days. And I said, transfer me to Khorramabad. I consent, I will go to Khorramabad. I will go to the woman's prison. They can beat me up, it's all right. I just want to be released from here. I want to go to my own city. And then the interrogator would come and say, because you have sent out films to outside Iran, you have to stay in prison here for 15 years. And if you do not agree with us, you will be condemned to 15 years in prison. My partner had worked for the Pentagon in the United States before, and what they wanted me to do was to cooperate with them so that they would be able to arrest my partner and bring him back to Iran.
Panel now.
Thank you, Madam Witness. Can I ask you, we're about 2 years since the events. How has it impacted your day-to-day life, what you experienced?
It is a special number that with which I am being controlled. The security police even threatens my family while I'm here. On the second day of the court, my family was contacted. They told my family that I should not be present before this tribunal. Otherwise, my father and mother and the members of my family would be arrested. It has been a year now that I have been treated. I received therapy from a psychologist or psychotherapist in the U.S. I wish that they had killed me on the streets. I wish I was dead, but those men wouldn't have done that to me. I would have felt the pain for one moment, but unjustly, unfairly, because of defending the right thing, I went to the streets. I did not deserve to be treated like that by those men.
That you were initially in detention with, I think, about 4 other women. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you stay in contact with those other women in the course of your detention, or have you heard what happened to them subsequently?
Yes, since we live in a small city together, before I was transferred to Aban prison, all of them were released. And when later I asked, all of them received suspended prison sentence and small amounts of fines. After I was returned from Aban prison to the women's prison, none of the women were there, and they were all released on bail. After a while, when I pursued the matter, all of them had gone through the court procedure. I was in Iran for 9 months, and I was told that they would determine when my court would be held. And whenever they would allow me, I would leave Iran, and then I would take my partner to Turkey, and then I would take him to the city that they want so that they would be able to arrest him. And for what I would do, then they will only put me in prison for 1 year. And in the absentia courts, I was sentenced to 1 year of prison and 74 lashes of whip.
Madam Witness, just follow up the question of my colleague. Of 4 women that you mentioned in your written statement, did they have same experience as you?
No, they were just simply asked questions. After interrogation, they were returned to the cells. We asked each other what we were talked about. They just said that they had turned out on the streets for the increase in the petrol prices. They were under pressure, of course, and 2 of the women had confessed against me. They said that I was the leader and I had provoked them to go to the streets.
Madam, thank you for the testimony. Can I just ask you about something in your statement? And it's about after your release from prison. And this is what you say. I told Judge Mujtaba Salgi that I was physically tortured and sexually abused in the prison. The judge replies, quote, "It has nothing to do with me," close quote.
When I was taken to the court, I told the judge, why did you allow these people to insult my family? My parents had gone to Razani, the prosecutor, and Mujtaba Salgi was my judge. They had insulted my parents several times. They had thrown them out of the room several times. And when I get to my last defense, I said, why did you allow the IRGC to decide for you? And when I was in Evin prison, such things happened to me. He said that this has got nothing to do with me. And my mother asked what had happened to my daughter. And the judge said, well, you go home and thank God there are thousands of people who have died. Your daughter is still alive. So go thank God for it.
Much, madam. I've got nothing further. I think the panel has nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Khoshru.
Thank you very much.
I know that by this testimony, my family will be under great pressure and there would be further security pressures against me. But I am really grateful to you and your colleagues because nobody became my voice in the past 2 years. None of the podiums became my voice. I'm really happy that you allowed me to air my voice to the world.
And we're very grateful.
How long does the Islamic Republic want to continue terrorism and abduction in Iran and the neighboring countries?
Very much for your testimony. We're very grateful. It cannot have been easy to talk about that, so we appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next witness is witness 179.
It's on page 349. Hello, Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
So, thank you for appearing to testify before the tribunal. Please repeat after me. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth,
I solemnly declare to tell the truth
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Followed by questions from the panel.
Mr. Witness, I understand that you have photos, and we will show those after you're done with your testimony. And I also understand that there's some sensitive parts of your testimony, so I would ask you to only disclose what you are comfortable speaking and what makes you feel safe. But I would ask you to please now tell us what happened on November 16th.
On 16th of November, I was at work. I heard the sound of shooting. My friends, let me first say that I did not go out for the increase in the price of petrol. I went out because I had my own reasons. There was injustice, atrocities. That was the reason I went out. Otherwise, increase in the petrol prices was not the reason I went out. I went to Bank Melli. There were about 10,000 people who had gathered, maybe 8,000 or 10,000 people had gathered outside Melli Bank. And we were protesting, we were throwing stones. Unfortunately, one of our companions was shot between Banki Melli and City Star, and he lost his life. In order not to be revealed, in order not to reveal my identity, I won't mention his name, but I have provided the information to the court. By Kalashnikov and other bullets, he was shot, and they were firing from the top of the base, and someone else had also been shot. Officer Rafai, who was the chief of the base, shot that companion, and he died as well on the way. Then we went to Melli Bank. Some people forced themselves in. They burnt the bank. I did not go there. Some of my friends didn't go there either. There were some unknown, anonymous people. I won't say that they were people. And it is interesting that those who went to the bank were not stopped by the officers. The officers were shooting people, but they had nothing to do with those who were burning the banks. The people were protesting. So we were led towards Shiraz Square. We were still continuing our protest. At the time, one of our friends from the roof of the dormitory was being shot by a sniper in the chest. I unfortunately forgot, but that was a boy. I forgot the name, the brothers or what, I cannot remember. If you remember his name, could you say it to me? Dashtiniya brothers. One of my friends was shot in the chest. His brother became aware. He went to come and take his brother. He was also shot, and they died. We wanted to take them to the hospital. Then they opened fire by machine gun. We could not touch any of the injured. Finally, we were able to take them to the hospital, and then we were led to the police force, and we were protesting there. That time, Farzad Ansarifar was standing next to a pylon. He was objecting and protesting. At the time, a person called Mashhadi Nejad. I saw with my own eyes. He was shot by Kalashnikov, and he was shot in the head. And the bullet came out of the front of his head, and blood spread everywhere. He lost his life in place. After that, we went to a Pahlevana area. There was shooting over there too. A lady was targeted with tear gas. She had injury on her head and started bleeding. There was no ambulance. We were taking all of these people with motorcycle to the hospital, and some were not even permitted to enter the hospital. They were told that they were protesting. Some had to go to their houses to be treated. We protested. We received shots by machine guns. And I forgot to say this. When those who were burning the Banki Melli, there was a Banki Melli employee who was trapped there. The fire department tried to save him, but they were frightened to go into the fire. A person called Hashamgah bravely went and took the employee and saved him. and we went to Godebakal, another area, and 15 students under 18 years old I saw with my own eyes. They had their own uniforms. They came towards us, and by the use of stun guns, shockers, and also pellets, they were attacking us. That we went to Godebakal. All of these children were under 18. None of them was above 18. Even those who were shooting at us were under 18. So we were carrying on our protests. At the time, 2 people were shot in the leg. One of them I took to the hospital myself, and one of them my friends took to the hospital. When we returned and we were continuing with the protest, Hashamdar was behind me. Hashamdar was behind me when I saw him shot. And whatever we did to stop his bleeding, unfortunately, he died. This is as far as I had to say. This is what I saw on 16th of November. Now, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Okay. Before the questions are asked, can we show the photos, please, that he had?
بله بله.
Of course.
Okay, we'll show them later. We don't have them up here. Mr. Chair.
باشه باشه.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. I have only one question, and it actually involves a subject that seems to be coming up a fair amount. You mentioned that there were different security forces there on the 16th. The Basij, the police, the IRGC, there were snipers on rooftops. And you mentioned 2 or 3 times in your statement that they had their faces covered. Is that the case, where the individuals, their faces were covered?
آره بله.
Yes. Major Valfai was from the police station number 11.
And can you describe the covering? Were they makeshift, like someone tied a scarf around their face, or were they masks, or were people wearing helmets? How was it that the faces were covered?
نه. نه کاملا رسمی بود.
They seemed to have some formal covering. All of them looked the same. I'm not talking about the plainclothes individuals, of course. That is to say, they were already ready. They knew what they were doing.
Mr. Witness, just a couple of
بعد من
questions.
میتونم چند نفرشونم که شناسایی کرد.
I may even mention the names of some of those who we identified.
Those who were firing, who you identified, is that what you mean?
بله بله.
Yes.
If doing so would reveal your identity, then no. But if you're comfortable naming those responsible who you saw, then go ahead.
چند نفرشون
I can mention some of the names that may not cause any problem in connection to the revealing of my identity. The one who killed Mr. Qanabati, I saw with my own eyes. He was a major at that time. Now he's a colonel. He didn't have a mask or anything. You could identify him. He used a Colt, a sidearm, and then he shot Qanabati with 2 bullets in the chest. The other one was Farzad Ansari Far. I saw with my own eyes that Mr. Mashhadi Nejad, with a military Kalashnikov, shot him. I told the council that if it is really needed, I can testify against these individuals if they would be punished. But if I'm not sure that they would be punished, I wouldn't dare to testify in my own name. Mohammad Dashti was the other individual who was opening fire. He was an intelligence individual, and Mr. Hashempour was also a sniper. He was shooting from the top of the roof. Iman Hashempour was also shooting. Mr. Abbasian, he was the intelligence chief of Behbahan. Mr. Tabish, these were the individuals who were snipers, and they were shooting at people. Muhammad Rasulan, he has been the Basid chief. He was ordering these individuals whether to shoot or not. He's a well-known individual in Behbahan. You can ask about him. If you want to know about him, he is a very violent, brutal individual.
Just a couple of questions from me. As I understand from your statement, the first experience of the snipers for you was at 9:30 a.m. on the 25th Aban, 16th of November, correct?
Yes, completely correct, 100%.
You describe in your statement that there were 1,500 people demonstrating. And I just want to understand what they were doing at the time.
They were even more.
Even more. I want to understand what they're actually doing at the time when...
They were not doing anything to injustice and atrocity. They were saying that we don't want the leader.
But describe what they...
The only weapon they had was stones.
Were they walking? Were they running? Were they shouting? Were they singing? What were they doing?
They were walking and shouting. They were walking and protesting. They were chanting against the government.
Anybody throwing anything or setting anything on fire or doing anything violent?
If you mean at the beginning, at the start, before the firing by the police started, no. We were just chanting slogans that we hate this government, we want them to go, and similar slogans. But after they started firing at the people, we were defending ourselves by throwing stones. That's a clear thing to do. We could not just stand there and be killed. The only weapon we had was stones. Among us, none had a weapon. The only weapon we had was stone, while we were being hit by bullets, pellets, stun guns, shockers. At the beginning, we did not even have stones in our hands. We were just chanting slogans. Even the night before, as you can see in the films, it was clear that only people were chanting slogans. They started violence against us. We only had a legitimate defense, a primitive defense. We were just defending ourselves.
Okay, thank you. I've got nothing further. There's another question from the panel.
Thank you, witness. Just one question from me. You had mentioned that one of the protesters had saved someone from the burning bank. And my question to you is whether you are aware of how the bank caught fire to start with.
Well, I cannot say 100% that people had done it, but the bank was set to fire by the people, the employee that I talked about. He had gone upstairs to safeguard the treasury, and when the bank caught fire, people called the firefighters to come, and we realized that there was somebody trapped in the fire. But the people themselves, they went into the bank and they saved him. Firefighters also came, but they said that it was too dangerous for them to go in, although they had put stairs there. The person who went and saved this employee is the same person who was shot afterwards in his neck, Mr. Hasham Dar. He even had his hands burned, but he saved the life of that employee. He brought him down from the stairs. If you look at the films, you can see all of this clearly. You can see a stout man, and if I'm not mistaken, he had a black T-shirt on. He put the employee on his shoulders and he brought him downstairs. That one was called Hasham Dar.
But just to clarify, as I didn't capture your answer clearly, are you aware or are you not aware of how the fire was started?
Yes, there were a few people who threw stones and also went into the bank, and they spread the benzene there, and it caught fire. But who they were, I don't know.
Nothing further from the panel. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Witness, for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for your testimony. We appreciate
فقط من اگر لطف کنید یه چند لحظه
If you allow me only a few moments, if you allow me, I just wanted to say something. Is it all right?
من
I just want to say something about Mr. Qanawati and Mr. Hasham Dar. First, Mr. Qanawati, he was a person who was the only breadwinner of the family. He worked very hard. He earned a living for the family. He also did the housework, and he was the only person who was a consolation to his mother. And nobody makes any noises about his death. It was a very poor family. They still are there, but they are very much pressured by the regime. And I would like to ask you to plead with you to be the voice of Mr. Qanawati. There's also Mr. Hasham Kha, who was an innocent person who was killed, and nobody says anything about them. Mr. Farzad Ansari Far, I'm really proud of him because he's the voice of his brother, and he talks about him instead of Farzad. But unfortunately, as far as the families Qanawati and Farzad are concerned, nobody is talking about them. Their voice is not raised, echoed anywhere. But I think that these were the most innocent, the most downtrodden people who were killed. And Mr. Qanawati, both his legs were shot. And although that happened, he still stood up and protested, and this time he was shot in his chest. And Mr. Hashamzad, who went and saved the life of the employee in the bank, I want you to echo their voice. They are really downtrodden, really, really wronged, and I want you to talk in their place. If people who are sitting here can do something that they want to help, it is that what they can do, to be the voices of these people. And if there's anything that I can do, I'll do it from the bottom of my heart. I will do it. I just want the voices of these people to be heard. I just want to tell everybody how innocent they were, how downtrodden, wrong they were, and so that everybody would know about them. The voice of Hashamdad, especially Amsa Qanawati, is not heard anywhere. That is my plea to you, to be their voices, so that they can seek redress for them from this murderous leader and this regime that has committed so many murders.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We've heard everything you've said, and we'll take it all into account, and we appreciate you testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is witness 183.
من وظیفه خودم دونستم این کار کردم.
Where will we find that in the bundle, please?
It is at page 144 in your bundle. Good afternoon, Madam Witness. The Chair will swear you in.
Madam Witness, thank you very much for agreeing to testify. If you'd repeat after me, please. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth,
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
There'll be questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
The witness has seen the scenes of violence and shooting on 16th and 17th of November. She was shot in her knee by pellets fired from a shotgun. Madam Witness, can you please explain to the tribunal what you saw on 16th of November, 2 years ago?
Yes, I am testifying from Shiraz on the 25th of the month of Aban. I went to the camp of a crossroads called Zendan Crossroads. All the cars had come to a stop. The people had started a fire, and they had come together, and they were chanting slogans. This went on until the afternoon. There were no forces of the security there. It was peaceful, and there was a bridge there which they called the Zendan Bridge, and it went on until the afternoon. When we reached 11 o'clock at night, A few people came there. They started setting the bank to fire. It was Bank Mellat that they set to fire. And they approached it. Also, they went to the other banks and they set fire to them. And I went back to our house with my husband, and after an hour that we went there, we saw that a park called Banafshe Park had caught fire. Near there, they were also constructing a metro station. We saw that all the doors had been taken out, and I asked the people who were on the bridge, and I said, what has happened? This person said, we have no idea because there are Basij and security forces in the park. And this was done by them. This was the 25th of Aban, and no security forces came forward. The next day, the 26th of Aban, in the morning, I had reached the crossroads, the Zendan crossroads. I could smell smoke and also the noise of the shooting. And when we went a little bit closer, we saw that they were shooting. And we saw that there were 10, 15 people from the Basij, from the security forces, and from the military. And we saw that they were using pellet bullets, and these were bullets that they were big, and once they would shoot them, the pellet would spread. That's to say, it would hit anybody in its way. And then the people who had taken out the iron gates of the metro station, they used them as shields. And there was a police officer who said, come closer so that we can talk and see what you're saying. There was a boy there. He was 16 or 17 years old. And as soon as he went closer, the 5 minutes away, that's the same person, the police officer, shot him in the back of his neck. He dragged him and took him away. Then it disturbed the people. They started shooting, and there was a person, a man, who was having black trousers and also a white top, and he was discriminately shooting. It didn't matter to him who was in the way. He had a pellet gun, and he was shooting at everybody. And there were young people, girls, boys, and even passers-by who had nothing to do with the crowd in the middle of the street. They were just going their way, but he was shooting them. And I saw many people who had received pellets in their legs, in their waist, and I could see that a whole bullet had been discharged and lodged in his body, and he was bleeding. And people were trying to take them away, but they were saying, don't go to the hospitals. The others were saying, don't go to the hospital because they are going to arrest them. And after that, I saw people who were beating other people with their truncheons. I even saw a young man who was hit by this and went unconscious. Then we saw people on motorcycles, these were police forces, and they were riding into the crowd, and we saw a few young people who had been shot in their faces with pellets. Again, when we came out of our house, we saw that tear gas had been thrown, and therefore nobody could see anybody else. Therefore, the encounter was extremely violent, and anywhere that they heard any noise coming from, they would just go on their motorcycles and they would just shoot. They did not give any warning or anything, just shooting. And when I was running like everybody else who wanted to find shelter, I went into an alley, and I saw a small young man. He was 13 or 14 years old, and when he showed me his legs, I saw that there were lots of pellets in his legs, and he said, "I want to go home. There is no way to go there, and I don't know any other way how to reach my house." So these are the ones who had been shot. And on the 27th of Aban, in the afternoon, the same thing happened. We saw the same thing, motorcyclists, they were riding into the crowds, and we saw that a series of banks had been set to fire. There was a real melee. There were lots of motorcyclists. The interesting thing was that as soon as there was noise somewhere, they were quickly going to that spot. But the banks were on fire, and nobody was doing anything about them. And this was the 27th. On the 28th of Aban, rain came to Shiraz. It was raining. And when we left the house and we went out, no, sorry, it was the 27th, says the witness. It was raining in Shiraz, and when we went to Kurbijak, we saw there was a bus full of Basiji forces, and we also saw two other vehicles that had the writing on them of guard, the police force, and also we saw another bus with the police forces. They all had weapons, and it said police force from Jahrom. So the encounter was very violent, and there was so much rain that nothing happened. But on the 28th, I saw that we were 50 or 60. There were 50 or 60 young people. They started shooting. I received a pellet in my knee, and therefore I was transported to the house. And I did not see anything anymore. But the next few days, I forgot to tell you something. On the 27th, when it rained, the police forces, they started taking all the closed circuit cameras from all the shops. They took all the tapes from them. That's to say, they took the tapes for all the previous days. And a few days later, I could see the vehicles for the police forces. They would go to different houses and they would arrest people. I saw myself that an 18-year-old boy was arrested and the mother was crying out. And then I saw a few half-constructed buildings, the workers of which were arrested and were taken away. I also know about the university students, one of whom had been shot in his eye. The family of another one had come from Abadan, and another one who had fled, and we knew nothing about him anymore. So these are the things that I witnessed myself, and these are the incidents and the events of those few days. And there was something else. I had also a piece of news in Maliabad, and across from the police force, there was the person killed, the first person killed there, who was a high school student. There was also Qaleh Hasar, where somebody had been shot with a bullet from a war weapon, and he was transported to the hospital, and without having received any medical attention, he was arrested and taken away.
That on day one, on 16th of November, you attended the demonstrations with your son. You must have felt that it's a secure place to go there with your son.
Yes, everything was peaceful. I went with my son, as to say, until it was 10 o'clock in the morning almost. We were there. Nothing was happening. We even took a film, a video. Even only a helicopter was flying overhead. The helicopters flew overhead, went away, came back, and there were no police forces, and people were not doing anything but chanting slogans.
Notice that any of the demonstrators over the four days carried any weapons or attacked the police?
اصلا
No, not at all. Only a young boy went to the front on 17th of November, and he was shot directly by the police, and he was hit by the back of the gun by that police officer. After that, the people started throwing stones, and after that, we had further conflicts.
I think no questions from the panel. Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you very much, Madam Witness. We didn't ask questions, but we have your testimony, written testimony, and we've heard everything you've said, and we appreciate the effort you've made to give testimony. Thank you very much.
خواهش
You're welcome.
Our next witness is 232, page 159 of your bundle. We may have some technical problem in calling the witness. If witness 232 is not available, we can move on to witness 104. Good afternoon. Witness 232. The chair will now swears you in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. Would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth. Can you hear me, Mr.
They ask you to wait for a few seconds so that someone would come and talk instead of the witness.
Ah, okay.
Can you please let us know whether the witness can hear our voice?
You can proceed.
Can you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth and the whole truth.
و جز حقیقت و چیزی جز حقیقت نگوید.
And nothing but the truth.
Your statement has many details in it which would identify you, so be careful when testifying.
The witness is a medical practitioner in a small town. He witnessed people being shot either from rooftops or nearby. He treated some of the injured at his home. He testifies that up to 170 bodies were delivered to the hospital in this small town. Witness 232, the tribunal has received your report, for which we thank you. Please briefly explain what you witnessed on Saturday, 17th November. It should be 16th November, I guess.
First of all, I should apologize for covering my face. I apologize to you and the people of Iran. It would have been an honor for me if we could have said all these things in a free court in Iran. I came back from work on 16th of November. I was on a shift for 24 hours. I tried to sleep. I got up at 10 or 11 in the morning. I got up, I was having breakfast when I heard some people chanting slogans in the streets. I became curious. I went downstairs and I saw that young, old man and woman were all moving towards the north of the street. They were chanting slogans. I asked what had happened. I was told that the petrol prices have increased and people are protesting. Well, I thought that I also use petrol, and petrol would affect all prices. So I went and joined the people. We got to a square. I realized that the law enforcement forces, the police force, were standing there, and it was only the police force. And the people were very polite. The police was politely asking people to go home too. The people had a demand. Nothing had happened, and the people were just standing there. After a few minutes, maybe 5 or 6 minutes, I heard some shooting. I thought that the shooting should be into the air, naturally, but I saw that 3 or 4 people had fallen, including one individual who was hit in the chest. Apparently, his lung was hit, and there were foam coming out of his mouth and nose. I went forward to see if I can help, but I saw that unfortunately nothing can be done for the individual. And there was another woman and a child was fallen next to a tree. I was really stunned. The population, the crowd scattered. They went a bit further. They again made a line and a queue. The people, the officers started throwing tear gas. When they threw tear gas, I separated from the population and went towards my home, and I was really curious. I finally got home and went home. That was because I was not maybe that strong, and I was not able to chant. I was not brave enough to chant slogans and all that.
Can you please slow down because the interpreters cannot catch up with you?
I was looking from above. It was like a movie. Scenes were passing by. I saw shootings. People were being chased. Even the police came to our alley. He was shooting people. And they were shooting so much as if they had an automatic weapon. It was about 12 at night or even later that I saw that they had blocked the road. I could see from the above. They were not even allowing people to pass by. I just went downstairs as if I was taking rubbish down, and I threw a plastic rubbish downstairs. When I threw the rubbish, they didn't even let me cross the road to put it in the rubbish bin. I still tried and passed the street. I was very curious. I saw there were a number of young people who had been arrested and kept back there. Their hands were above their heads. When I came back from the other side of the street, I saw that where the individuals were arrested, the first and second people were shedding blood. I got really upset and I went home. I thought that I should mention all this to you. The other point was what happened in the morning, and that was the shooting that I witnessed. I was there. I witnessed the shooting. This was really strange to me. The ambulances were present. Ambulances everywhere in the world, when they come to the scene, similar to other parts of the world, they are there to save people. They are trying to give new life to people. After the ambulances came, I saw people disembarking. There were some plainclothes individuals who got off the ambulances. I should add that the personnel were not medical personnel. Those who left the ambulances started attacking people's ranks. When the next ambulance arrived, there were a number of injured. Since I'm in the medical profession, I felt that they should be taken to hospital and they will be treated there. And maybe they would be a bit questioned. But it was 1 a.m. in the morning. The hospital was completely different. It was like a castle. And this military castle had changed form after a number of ambulances came. It was as if prisoners were being transferred from one place to another. I was surprised what was going on. Anyway, that night passed. It was a very difficult night. The following morning, I was going to my place of work. I started walking towards the south of the street. In the south of that street, when I was going downwards, there was a young boy, 18 or 19 years old, who was carrying some a food box. I felt that I became wet for a moment. I saw that this young boy had fallen, and my clothes were full of blood and parts of the brain of the child. That child was being shot by bullet. I didn't even hear the shooting. That 11 or 19-year-old boy just fell. I didn't know him. It was a question to me, were they trying to hit me or were they targeting him? Maybe I was afraid. I don't know. Maybe it was just a stray bullet. I don't know. I don't know anything about military issues. The other case that I witnessed was in the hospital. There was a young girl injured. She had come to the hospital. She had gone to the toilet inside the yard of the hospital. Two plainclothes officers were trying to chase her. They hit her there with a bullet. Nobody does that with an animal, what they did with that young girl. The hospital where I work has a small morgue. It has a place for just a few corpses. No one was allowed to go towards the corpse. Since I could use a certain, pull some strings and go there, I went there and had a look from distance. I had a look from distance, and I realized that not only the morgue was full, the door of the morgue was still open, and it was filled with bodies, dead bodies. The bodies were put on the top of each other. I don't know what happened to all these dead bodies. I don't know who they gave the bodies to, but it was shocking, and I became thoughtful in view of the large number of the injured that were brought and after they were outpatiently treated. They were in an unknown way disappeared. They disappeared, and therefore I gave messages to people that if you have injured, don't bring them to the hospital. I'll come and take a look first. If I could help them, I will. Otherwise, then take them to the hospital, because some of the injuries cannot really be treated at home. Contrary to what they show on TV and movies, the bullet does not go a straight line. After hitting an individual, after hitting the bones, the clothes, even the muscles of individuals, the bullet will change direction. And in many cases, it will change direction. And it will damage internal tissues, and it may lead to death. But the bullets which directly moved through the body, they either made a hole and left the body, or they hit the bone and was trapped inside the body, or maybe they had not hit the major organs of the body. In those cases, those bullets could have been taken out easily, and the person could have been treated in not a too complex manner, not through a too complex procedure. So the individual could have been saved so that he could go back to his own life. I should add that according to the Iranian law, any any injury that would be the sign of a bullet or the sign of injury by a knife should be reported to the police. And if I had reported, then what would have been the difference? I had promised to, I have sworn to save lives. And when I saved these people, and after I hand them over to the officers, it would be as if I had done nothing. They would have died under torture.
بیماری
The injured who came to my home were of different types. Some had been hit by pellets, some were hit by bullets, some were hit by buttons, some had broken bones or displaced arms. And I had a friend who was specialized in orthopedics. We took the bullets out, the pellets out. We tried to stop bleeding. We tried to fix the broken bones as far as we could. and we paid the price. Not only I paid the price, but also a large number of my colleagues paid the price. Many of those who I know paid the price. I don't have much to add. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Tribunal, that how many people you roughly treated at your home and privately?
حدود 30.
About 30.
And your friends, how many you think you and your other friends had helped? How many injured people in total?
اون چیزی که من خاطرم هم
What I remember, I treated 30 people, and my friends in their own private practices and their houses, they did it. They could not go to the hospital, though. All the minders of the security forces were there. They wouldn't allow you.
Days, you saw 170 bodies were brought to your hospital in that small town. Is that correct?
No, it was a mistake on my part. If I've said that, I've made a mistake. I did not see 170 bodies. No, that's a very, very high statistics. No, I didn't see that.
The tribunal will have questions for you.
Justice Yaqub.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Let me start by clearing up a couple of very small things. You said you were at breakfast on the 15th, when you on the 16th, when you saw what was going on. In the statement, somehow it has come out as you working in your office. It's not a big thing, but it'll be good if you can clear it up.
You see, the night before, I had a shift. I went through my shift. It was a night shift. Then I came home, and I don't have a practice of my own. That's to say, to be there, to practice there. And my house is in such a place that I can even see the hospital. But somebody who has gone through a 24-hour shift cannot work again with the necessary care. And that's why I was home. That's what I said.
The statement is wrong when it says you were sitting in your office then. Can I take that? Because these mistakes are made. Don't worry about it too much. I just want to clear it up.
No, I clarified it. I said I returned home from my night shift. I was in my house, and in my own house, at times I received patients.
Okay. Now, on the next morning, again, there seems to be a small problem in the statement. You say that you were going to work the next morning in your evidence, but your statement seems to say, if I read it right, that you were going to the pharmacy to buy something, to get a few things, I think, is what you said. So I'd like you please to clear that up, where you, what were you actually doing, going to work or going to the pharmacy?
I had to go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine because I had patients who needed it.
Going to work at the hospital? Or were you going to the pharmacy to buy medicine for the patients at the hospital? I'm just trying to understand. Because I thought the hospital would have its own medicine, that's why.
Bale?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat it?
There's a small trouble. The statement says you were going to the pharmacy. You now say you were going to the pharmacy, but you said earlier that on the second day you were on your way to work. So I'm trying to work out where the mistake is. That's all, so that it's all cleared up. Oh God, it's a small thing, I hope.
صدا نیست.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, if you don't follow, let's leave it. It may not be that important. You say you didn't see 170 bodies. That's too many. Can you estimate how many you did see?
بیمارستان
Our hospital could accommodate 10 rows in the morgue. And in the middle, of course, you have an empty space. And in that empty space, you could see bodies, 3 or 4 rows of bodies, at times 2 rows together. The statistics of 170 it's very exaggerated. I cannot have said something like that. Perhaps I was misunderstood or something.
Give me a realistic, I understand that you may have been misunderstood. All I want now, please, is how many bodies do you anticipate there were now? And I would rather you try and give a very honest estimate. Doesn't matter what the number is, but as long as you can work it out properly in your mind, try and look at how many shelves there were, how many bodies in each shelf. Just try and make an estimation, because it's quite important for us to know how many there were.
Maximum 30 bodies could have been there.
Maximum. And, well, since you talk about
maximum 30. But in that area, we had a number of hospitals. In that area, we had a number of hospitals. And if in every hospital you would have 30 bodies in the morgue, if you have 30 maximum in every other hospital, then you would actually come to 170, 180 bodies in the whole area.
I follow that. Maximum 30, I understand you, and minimum?
Look, there is no minimum. I am telling you that the morgue has 10 drawers, and then they get filled. And then if you have bodies on the floor, then you can have an estimate how many there were.
You say there were about 30. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Misunderstood you. Now, the next thing is, what were the injuries that people suffered from that you saw? And I'm more interested in not a detailed description of the injuries, but how many in the upper parts of the body, how many in the middle body, more or less, and how many in the lower part, like in the legs and so on and so on. So I know that it was a very busy time. You saw lots of injured people. Were most of them upper body, middle body, or legs?
The injuries were mostly in the upper body. Usually the injuries that lead to death are in the upper body.
Talking about now the injuries that did not lead to death, those that you treated at home, those that you went to the hospital to treat, and so on. So leaving aside the dead, so there would have been 30 in your hospital who would have had upper body injuries. But you can get, let's say, a shoulder injury, which is upper body, from which you won't die. A bullet can go through your nose from one side and come out onto the other side and you won't die, that sort of thing. So the rest of the people, just some idea of how many upper body, how many middle body, how many lower body, more or less. And I promise you, I'm not going to ask you too many questions about how you made the calculation. As long as you do it honestly, I'm happy.
The injuries that were caused by hard objects, you could see them everywhere, on the head, on the legs, everywhere. The injuries that lead to death are those that are caused by bullets or blunt force trauma, as we say, striking your head. We saw a lot of pellets, for example, on the chest and on the faces of the people. I took them out from the faces and from the chests of the injured. These were injured people who had even more than 10 pellets in their own face.
I know it's been difficult. Sorry.
And why is it that I remember these things? Is because an injured person was in great pain, but I could not give him anesthesia. I could not have an X-ray from him. I could only give local anesthesia. Not all local anesthesia really numbs the organ. The person is in pain. You are dealing with the skin, with the tissue, with the veins, and the injured person feels the pain every moment. Where is it that you are not going to open? Any place that you wanted to I've come here to get a response from the Islamic Republic. Why? Why did this happen? These were the demands which were legitimate by the population. They came to the streets, and this is what happened to them. What is it that I must not say? And why is it that I should come here but not respond? And these were the demands of the people. that these were all changed into something that deserved bullets. But let us open the issue. I've come here to talk about the issues. I have paid the price in order to be able to talk about it.
Very, very much for coming. But let me go.
Whether you are a surgeon or you're a worker, the same applies.
Now, I wanted to go back a little. Why couldn't you give them a general anesthetic? Is that because they were at your home, or was there some other reason?
He cannot hear us. He cannot hear us, he says.
Start again. What was why could you not give them a general anesthetic, some of them? Was it because they were at your home where you had no facilities for it? Or was there some other reason why you could not give them a general anesthetic?
The connection is lost. Shall we go to the next witness?
Mr.
Again, somehow, then speaking for myself, you might as well interrupt the other witness and get this witness over and done with, because in my view, that witness is very important and we must try very hard not to lose him.
Will do so, sir. Our next witness is number 26.
Before calling the witness, can I just inquire, are we intending to sit until 6:45? If we are, then maybe we should take a 5-minute break at some point.
This witness will be our last witness, number 26.
Okay, then we move forward.
Witness 26 at page 465 in the supplement. And good evening, Madam Witness. The chairman would now swear you in.
Good afternoon, Madam Witness. Would you please repeat after me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
Then nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wait there, there'll be questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel. Thank you.
And the witness is giving evidence about the arrest and detention of her nephew, who was kept in Fashavuyip prison and was treated with serious punishments and torture. Witness 26, can you please explain what has happened to your nephew and how you managed to hear about that?
You see, I had participated in the demonstrations of previous years with him. I had guessed that something would happen to him, and before it happened, I did tell him, I said, please don't go and don't participate in these demonstrations. But he unfortunately did not listen to me and participated. Of course, his objective was the right one, and I'm proud of him. And we had no news of him afterwards for a whole month. And after a month, we realized that he had been arrested.
Can you tell us what you heard about his conditions and how was his injuries?
I heard that he was arrested and was beaten up. He was tortured. He was forced to confess. His tooth and head were broken. He had been under great psychological pressure.
Received any information as to the condition of the cell that he has been kept in Fashovoye prison?
Yes. Before they would take him to Fashovoye, he was being kept in in an industrial building, a place where there was no cover on the floor, no carpet on the floor, no heating, and no facilities for them to use. And there was a public toilet for a large number of people. There was just one toilet for a large number of people. And they had to, there was no wash basin either. They had to sleep on the floor. It was in a very bad condition. It wasn't considered as a cell.
Please let the tribunal know whether there was a court hearing, and if so, what was the charge and what was the punishment?
Yes. After he was sent to Fashovoye prison, the Revolution Court set a date for him. After he was put on to trial, he was sentenced to prison, lashes, and exile.
Retain a lawyer?
He had an appointed lawyer, but the lawyer was not allowed to enter the court.
Is he still in prison?
He's in exile.
The tribunal may have some more questions for you.
Thank you. I'll be at your service.
Madam, I'd like to ask just a few questions, if I can.
Yes, please.
I understand from your testimony that your brother, upon release from detention on security, retreated to his room and wouldn't speak to anyone in the family for a whole week. Is that correct?
My nephew.
Pardon, your nephew.
No problem. When he came back, he was released on bail. And after he was released, he didn't leave his room. He didn't talk to anyone. He didn't eat. He was not interested to see anyone. He didn't want to see anyone. Psychologically and mentally, he faced a lot of problems.
Later, he admitted that he had been effectively tortured through electric shocks. Is that correct?
Exactly. He received electric shock and he was forced to confess in front of camera and also in writing.
And without giving any details which would identify him or yourself, what was he forced to confess? What did he admit to having been electrocuted or been given electric shocks?
He admitted that he had participated in the riots. He had caused arson, he had destroyed public property, and that he had provoked people to come to the streets to riot. So he has in fact disrupted the order and the security of the country.
And eventually he was sentenced, and I don't want to... And I don't want to go too much into the details because the details may identify him, but I understand from your testimony he was sentenced to a number of lashes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Involve? What is used, if you know?
It's electric cable that is used to whip. When I myself received whips, that was done using electric cables.
Which part of the body is whipped?
Behind the lower back, from the neck up to the upper part of the bum.
Is that on the bare skin or through clothes?
No, they hit the people while their clothes are removed.
He was sentenced to a number of lashes, and also a term of imprisonment, and also a term of being banished from his hometown to another area. Is that correct?
Exactly.
And
lashes, imprisonment, and exile.
And has he served all of that sentence, all of those three components of the sentence?
He's now on exile. He finished his prison term and he has received lashes. So he has finished his imprisonment, he has received his lashes, and now he's on exile. In exile, he's still in prison. He has not left prison, but his prison has been somewhere else in exile.
And so the point of the exile is that he's not allowed then to receive any visits from friends or family. Is that why he's banished?
I think that might be the reason he's not allowed to have any visitors. Nobody can go and see him. He doesn't have even the right to contact anyone.
And as far as you're aware, the sentence was passed because of the confession, or was there other evidence?
I believe it was because of his confessions that were forcibly taken, and they had video films and pictures from him that he had actively participated in the protests.
And without revealing his identity, how is he now after this electric shocks and punishment and detention? How is his mental state now?
We don't know.
No.
because he does not contact us. He doesn't have. He's not allowed to contact us.
Thank you, Madam Witness.
You're welcome.
No more questions from the panel. Thank you, Counsel.
This concludes our...
Thank you.
Very much for your evidence.
Thank you very much, Madam Witness, for your evidence. We've heard it and we've read it with care, and we'll take it into account. Thank you.
I am grateful to all of you, and I hope that I have been of assistance to the tribunal.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes our presentation for today.
Thank you, Counsel. So back tomorrow at 9:30 for the last day of these hearings.
9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.